Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We're getting into the queue right away with a submission from one of the highly prolific puzzle makers in the game. Welcome to Itchy Knee, who has submitted a puzzle from December. Trajectory puzzle. Life's accomplishments can be achieved by finding the correct trajectory. I suppose we're going to be setting up some kind of shell pattern, and we'll figure out how that's going to go. So let's take a look. Okay, so first things first, this looks like it's just going to be a straight up reset door. If we look at this, it's also a reset door that does not block item transfer to either side. So that's something important we'll have to keep in mind. First thing we should check is what the skull path is going to be. I'm going to go all the way across before it drops off. Alright. And one-way panel up here. Looks like the goal is to get to the key door, and we don't know... Well, I mean, the key is right here, so I suppose we'd have to snag it somehow. One way we could do it is with an up throw. If you have something like an up throw on an object like the Goomba, supposing you free it up to walk around. Moyako, welcome. Then we could do an up throw, which would then activate the on-off switch. The on-off switch, when it activates with an up throw, I actually wonder if that collision, when you bump the on-off switch, would break the icicle from underneath. I'm not totally positive because it's been too long since I've played anything meaningful in this game. Looks like riding the skull raft allows me to go up above the donut blocks. And going above the donut blocks and seeing what spawns from the blaster, it's going to be a shell, is going to be something essential here. It is, after all, a trajectory puzzle. I suppose that we are going to set up some kind of shell throw or shell launch that is going to create a remote activation. That then allows me to do everything else. I don't know, the donut blocks over here that go down only are just kind of an anti-locking mechanism to cycle me back if I fail something, or if it's going to represent a necessary step. But we're going to find it out. Anyway, reset doors down to center. The shell, notice that it is potentially able to hit the Goomba. If it hits the Goomba, munchers fall in, but I wonder if the shell would pass through and hit the POW. If it does hit the POW, then you would have another muncher that's disabled after that, and another POW would be able to spawn from the pipe. And if you're able to get over there, then you can carry a POW and reload into this room with it. And then you'd have a POW on the left side available. So, let's reactivate the skull platform. And never gonna give you up, welcome. And Mayako, thank you for the submission. Alright, let's ride this out and let's see if we can do it. Also notice that if we wear the shell as a helmet, we should theoretically be able to grab a second one. So we bump it out, and then that allows me to carry it. And I wonder how this throw will work. It will not work like that. Okay. So you can actually smash it with the second shell. Then you can take a damage boost with the first shell. If you have two shells, you're wearing one helmet, you're holding one shell, you hit the Goomba, you get over here with a damage boost, and you're able to approach the POW. Then you sneak the POW over to the door, and you exit through the reset door and bring the POW over into the central area. POWs, as usual, will not really survive an up throw into a single column, so we can't throw that. But we can use the POW at that point to lower the Goomba and make it walk. If we lower the Goomba and make it walk, we need to dislodge the muncher that's on top of it in order to separate the Goomba, step on it, and then have it available as an up throw object. We will see how that is actually going to work. Might need to bump it somehow to bump the muncher like that. Let's go over here. Let's get out. Notice that if you take the POW over here, I wonder if I'm able to reach the upper donut block. I'm not. Yes, I can. Very important, in fact, because then we can grab one of these. And now we sneak the POW over through the reset door and we get into this position here. Interestingly enough, if you strike the POW against a muncher, the Goomba starts to walk, but then... Am I able to peel off the upper muncher somehow? I think if I throw the POW directly into the upper muncher, then the Goomba should be free. And it'll also destroy both munchers. Not like that. But, yeah, because now we can't do it. Let's try it again. We can basically reset until we get the throw, since we have maintained this state. Good. Now we go up throw. Here. And then we're able to take damage from the icicle using the Buzzy Shell. We should have taken a POW with us. I don't really know what the other room is going to be like on the other side, but we'll find out. And yes, we actually did need to take the Buzzy Helmet with us. I thought about that coming in here, and that is necessary. Let's see what other steps we need. Once we hit the Buzzy Shell, yeah, then we need another object that we're able to throw. Okay, so we actually do need a second Buzzy Shell that we can wear as a helmet. Once we do that, then we are able to... we would need some way to hit the on-off switch, probably with another object throw, using an object that we bring with us through the door. So coming into this room, we need to wear the Buzzy Helmet, and we need to hold something throwable like the Goomba. Or like another shell, but I think it's going to be the Goomba. Maybe not. The problem is that we can't have it die on the icicle, but if we throw it through the icicle, then that would work. So let's go back and let's see how the second half is going to work. Hence the donuts that drop you back into the central space. Now notice that this is a full reset of the puzzle. Since it is a full reset of the puzzle, with the timer being lowered, we might as well just start over. Yeah, also notice that when you come back in through the key door, it is a full reset that includes the on-off state. So let's just wrap around and try the whole interaction once again. And then... Okay, so we got this. And we're going to... we can just peel this like this. That seems easier than trying to do any kind of throw. Oh, interesting one-up placement. Oh, nope, sorry, that's not what I wanted. But it works. Okay, we can actually peel off as many munchers as we want. It doesn't really do anything, though. Anyway, helmet. And we take the POW. Again, the state that we need to be in when we go through the key door is wearing the helmet. So I think maybe if we kind of duck slide into the icicle, we might be able to keep it. If not, then we actually need to throw a shell into the left so it's trapped by the door, and then that allows us to grab a second helmet at that point. Let's get up there and let's see how the interaction is going to look. Okay. Goomba actually gets trapped in this position here, so once you activate the on-off switch, here's something important. Does the on-off state survive the reset door or not? We need to find that out. It does not. Okay. Very important to know that. I actually think maybe a shell throw might be better here. Nope. I think we can do it. Except if you do that, then you block off access to the shell. So let's not do it that way just yet. We actually need to free up an additional shell first before we do anything like that. And the way we'll do that is, once again, we'll save the skull platform for later, because we will need it to go up after the POW has already been thrown. Alright, so now we have an additional helmet. We can actually use the helmet to hit the on-off switch, I think. Because once we do that, then we can strike the POW and it will destroy the helmet. If it destroys the helmet, then that actually gives me access to a second helmet, second Buzzy Shell after that, because the Shellmet is resting on the cloud. If we throw the POW... Oh no, because we've activated the on-off switch once. Okay, never mind. Never mind, that doesn't work. If at this point we free up the Goomba, however, I think we actually can still go. Because then we would take the Goomba upstairs with us, and we would basically chuck it through into the pit. And then try to make it through. So, at this point, we're going to do this. And we're going to stop the Goomba. Then, hopefully... Okay. Nope. That doesn't quite work, unfortunately, because we still need another helmet. However, if we take the Goomba through with us... Hang on. Let's say we take the Goomba through the door with us. And then... we toss... and... yeah, there is a slight problem with this logic, of course, which is that we would... We did things slightly out of order. I actually needed an additional helmet somewhere in there. So let's see if we can do it. If we go up at this point and we grab a helmet, then we can grab the Goomba again, and then we'll have helmet plus Goomba coming into this room while holding the key. We need to reset this, of course, so we have a way to go back upstairs. Alternately, we just take a damage boost using the helmet and then grab the POW and get out of there. Or we just grab another helmet like this. That also seems to function. But if we grab the Goomba going into this room, then we're able to go up. Let me think about that, because we would want to free up a shell first, and then activate the on-off switch. And then potentially hit the POW from there. Let's think about that. I may have overcomplicated it for myself slightly. Let's take it through. At this point, I can damage boost and grab the POW if I want, and then I will have access to the POW, 2 shells, and a Goomba. And they'll all be alive, so... drop the POW over here. I don't like how the complexity is steadily escalating just with one little adjustment. This way we actually never need to throw the POW, do we? In fact, if we take the POW through with us into the next room, no, we would still need a Buzzy Helmet. The Buzzy Helmet is going to punch through the Big Muncher, because if you use a POW on it, then you don't have an object to throw up into the on-off switch. So it does need to be Buzzy Helmet plus something throwable. That would be the state that we need. However, what you can do is trap the Goomba on the claw. And so the Goomba would survive a POW hit. Why would we want a POW hit? We would want a POW hit because the shell is going to hit the on-off switch and we want an additional shell after that. That's not what I wanted to do. That was a bad throw. Hang on, we're going to run low on time here now. That's not what I wanted to do at all, in fact. Let's try this again. No, I wanted to throw the Goomba into the trap on the top right. I'm pretty sure I did just describe the correct solution too, which is why it's extra frustrating to just have a throwing error at precisely the wrong time. Okay, shell over here. Take the Goomba. Whoops. Let's not accidentally grab the POW every time I'm trying to set it down. Let's throw it this way. Triforce Comet is going alright. Okay. Now let's take the Goomba upstairs, put it in the claw. We have 70 seconds to prove that this is the solution. Okay, now it will be safe from the POW. One thing we have to be aware of is that we do not want to activate an additional shell until we've gotten the Goomba out of there, because we don't want to lose the Goomba. We basically need to flush it out immediately, so we hit this. Oh, actually, no, that's not an issue because that will actually be fine. Okay, no, that will actually be fine. Let's see if this is going to work. Let's grab the POW. We have 20 seconds, so we can't really prove very much here, but what happens if I try to... No, that doesn't actually break anything. We should have actually thrown the Goomba to the left and maintained a shell in the claw. Yeah, we reversed this, actually. We need Goomba on the left, shell on the right, because then we grab a shell with us. Throw it through the icicle, and then... no. Let's do it again. Air Force Comet, you only have about an hour here today? Yeah, it will hopefully get to you soon since you're in second position. Okay, this looked very simple at first, and then we're missing one critical step, which is one of the things that can often really, make a puzzle interesting, so... Oh, as in you just like watching, okay. Alright, I didn't exactly catch your meaning there. Yeah, hopefully the stream is in good shape today, no issues with the sound or video for those of you watching. Let's see... this. Also, if I'm grabbing the shell here, why don't I just do this immediately? And not worry about that. I mean, obviously we still need to do the whole interaction here with POW, but... why wouldn't I just do that immediately to grab the key? Because grabbing the key is irrelevant. At some point you're throwing there anyway, right? So we still need to do the same interaction all the way through. But we would be able to grab an additional shell at some point. So we tap this. We can spawn an additional shell first. And we drop it there so the on-off switch doesn't affect it. But the problem is that if it's dropped from the claw, the POW will kill it. Actually, that doesn't matter. We're going back up to grab one anyway. So, and we're going to cycle back into this room afterwards. Oops. Let's pick this up. Not that we need it, because we will, of course, be... Whoops. Well, okay, I guess we do need it, in case of mistakes. Grab the POW, and then we'll grab the Goomba. Let's spawn a shell first. Trap it and go. Before it drops. Okay. We release the Goomba, we throw the Goomba, we grab a shell, and then we have... No. We throw the shell. Maybe we need to activate the on-off switch multiple times. Let's think about that. Mr. Coco, welcome. Mr. Coco, if the bot is failing, try switching between maker codes and level codes, or whatever works. It does choke occasionally, so we'll make sure we get some kind of path that will lead us to the level that you want me to play. And we'll see if something can work. Okay, we know how to release the Goomba. We know how to then trade up to an additional POW after that. We also know that if we have unlimited access to POWs on the right side, that we are able to just go up without activating the skull platform. Now the thing is, how can we get one additional shell? One thing that we had thought of was hit the on-off switch, and then you grab one more shell on the right. Let's think about it. Let's release the Goomba first, just so we don't have to deal with it. If you release the Goomba first, then you're always able to basically revert to this state, I think. We throw the Goomba up to the on-off switch, it activates, and we have access to 1 POW, 1 shell. We don't want that, though. What we need is to have 1 additional shell that we can use to take damage. And at the same time, yeah, we need a shell that will allow me to take damage, and at the same time, you know what? I think I actually have to go to the key door to the other room and come back with an object. And that might potentially work. Like, if you come back with something after having gone through the key door, then you grab an additional helmet and then go through the whole sequence again to return. That may actually be correct. So, okay, here's the thing I'm thinking about. Drop this. Go up. We actually want to return through the key door, and then have something like the Goomba pre-placed on the top left. I'll try to explain what I mean by that. So maybe going through the key door to the next room is actually a necessary step. So if we lose 1 helmet, that's okay, we can just get another one. What we will do is take this, take this, and then we go through the door, we come back, we trap the Goomba on this side. Then we can do the 2 shell thing. There's one slight logical problem with this, which is, well, you'll see it. You'll see it pretty soon. Matt the Maker, welcome. Looking forward to Ember Estate. Alright. Let's grab the additional helmet. We want access to the POW just to have a thing to step on here. I foresee that we're going to still have the same problem here, which is that once we activate the on-off switch, we don't really have a way through the icicle. Yeah, this is actually going to run into the same issue we had before, I think. Because if the shell hits the on-off, then we're still kind of missing 1 component here. This doesn't work. I mean, it does say it's a trajectory puzzle. We should actually be thinking about how to potentially do some kind of long remote activation of the on-off. Let's think about that. We've got 30 seconds before the reset here, so we toss over to the on-off. It blocks off any additional shell from spawning on the right side, which is the issue that we're running into here. Yeah, the problem is that you cannot actually throw the POW through the single tile column. That would not work. And so we're kind of back into the same problem that we had before. If we take helmet plus POW to the other side, though, would that work? It wouldn't, because the POW would not go through the 1 tile column there either. And so in the next room, that strategy would fail. So let's redo this. Let's go back. And yeah, good to get my head back into doing this sort of thing again in advance of getting back into more Maker Puzzle content starting next week. I'll be doing a couple of puzzle exclusive streams once again, like we had done in previous months. We will, first of all, do the helmet grab once again. There's one missing step here somewhere. One missing step. Yeah, it is a good warm-up. Very useful. We know that we have access to Shell plus POW. What if we loop back here with the Shell? No, because that basically just backs you up by one step. Doesn't really help you. I think the step here has to be Shelmet plus POW. It has to be, because otherwise you just revert to a state that was already available earlier in this room. I mean, we can pre-grab the key anyway. I don't think it particularly matters whether we do or not. But then go through here. Officer's Reef, you don't do puzzles? Well, I mean, I'm here to do them for you, so. I wonder if there's some kind of Shelmet bump maneuver that we can do with the Munchers. That would then allow me to set up something else. I feel like the skull platform has to be a part of this somehow, that we could potentially do something with it that would then be able to get me through. But yeah, so the step we've mapped out so far is freeing up the Goomba. And we know we still have access to additional helmets as much as we like. We know that we're able to sustain an object here to protect it from the POW activation, like a Goomba, for instance. But we're still basically missing one object. This is on the assumption that I'm taking a point of damage to get through the icicle. That might not be a good assumption after all. But object throws always just go through the icicle, right? Like, do we have a way to break the icicle while keeping the Shelmet? Now, here's the interesting thing, is that if we have the Goomba available, we can throw things to the on-off switch as much as we like. We can throw multiple items if we want, as long as we... Like, we can go Shelmet, Goomba, and then Shelmet again, but then what would be the point of that? All that does is lose the Goomba, right? What if you had a Goomba that was placed on top of the on-off switch, and then you bumped it? That wouldn't do it. I'm thinking about how to break the icicle, but if you had some kind of object bump towards the icicle, I wonder if that would actually do anything. It doesn't seem like it should, but it's the kind of thing that might be worth trying, because we haven't really thought about how to do this otherwise. So, for example, let's do this. Logically, this doesn't quite work because we need a second activation on the on-off switch. Activating the Goomba once again would hit the on-off. Do I only play puzzle levels? No, I don't only play them. I do sometimes run streams where I'll only play them, but on viewer levels I will accept pretty much anything, so. We don't have any particular limits when I run an open queue. Although some levels I might fail at quite miserably. depending on the style. I feel like if we have this open, we had the right idea by having a Shelmet trapped here previously. Also, this might be something that you can do using the... no, when you spawn into this room, it's going to reactivate the on-off switch right away, but I wonder if something that's kind of cheesable with the activation of on-off that is in conjunction with activating a door at the same time, where you kind of get the frame-perfect state switch that flips it the other way. I don't think that actually works, depending on the reset mechanism here. I'm just brainstorming ideas. If we toss Goomba up towards the shell, the Goomba would reactivate the on-off switch. And then... I actually kind of wonder if it's going to be something that involves using the POW in conjunction with the skull platform on the left side. Because look at this. You see this guy over here? Can we bump the blaster? Because the reason I say this is that if we can actually dislodge the blaster. You see this little slot here. This is really suspicious, right? Look, the skull platform goes all the way to the right. The POW could potentially be loaded on top of it, and it would get pushed in this location. And then it would drop. But when it does that, is it possible to move the blaster such that it's actually going to go up a slot and maybe fire a shell? And then in the off state, it would still be able to fire something. Because, I mean, this is no accident, right? That you have this open semi-solid that's right underneath the blaster. That's got to be something. That has absolutely got to be something. So, for example, activate POW this way. We then... well, I mean, it doesn't work that way, but if the POW falls directly on top of my head from the skull platform dropping it, then it should actually do a bump on top of my head without activating anything in particular. So we should actually go for this. I feel like this little spot here is actually going to be the key to the whole enterprise that we have here. So, but the problem is that we don't see anything underneath the blaster that indicates that bumping it up one spot would actually sustain it in that position, like any kind of additional semi-solid or cloud or something that it could be dislodged against. But basically we want some kind of squeeze in this position that would allow it to be propped up. One way to do it potentially is to load a muncher under it somehow. Like if we can actually get a muncher on top of the skull platform and get the muncher loaded into this position, then we would actually be able to bump the stack. And the only way I can think of to do it is to hit the POW over here, slide under this muncher, and punch it up in the first place. That's really awkward. Which is not a reason to write off a solution, but it does make me wonder. Okay. I'll see if I can convey what it is I'm going for here. Let's grab the key first, because why not? But let's say we grab the POW. Let's say we do this. If we toss the POW right here to hit the bottom 2 layers of the stack, then we slide under the Muncher and bump it up like this. Right side. Oh, it's against the wall, so that doesn't work. But basically, if we activate the skull platform, race our way over here, if we step into this position, we can bump the Muncher on top of the skull platform. The skull platform carries it over here, we bump the Muncher again, it bumps the blaster. And then it would bump the blaster up 1 slot because the Muncher would stay beneath it. So, this is potentially interesting. Let's try to set it up. It's a weird setup, but it would actually potentially work, I think. It's just strange enough that I can see it being the solution. Because it's strange, but it is something that you can probably do in a very reliable and controlled fashion. Which tells me that it has some solution potential. We would want to activate the on-off switch first before we do anything like that, though, and the reason is because the whole point of bumping the blaster up a spot to begin with is to get it to spawn a shell even after the on-off switch has already been activated. So, oh yeah, why did we do that? We just needed a POW. Okay, POW over here. So I think we want to spawn a shell on the claw first, before we do anything. Because then we'll have a spare shell. Okay, we don't want to drop it yet, because we might activate the POW later, and that will be relevant. Because if the shell is trapped in a claw, then once the blaster is bumped up 1 spot, it will not spawn a shell yet until I put on the next shell. This will be a little strange. There we go. There we go. Now we can activate the on-off switch to our heart's content and always get more helmets. And indeed, the shell launcher is going to fire a shell to the left side, which will allow me to put on a helmet and grab an additional shell. So watch this. There we go. Very satisfying. Yeah, it's not very execution dependent. You just need to see that it is a timing element. And you know what? It actually helps in this case that I've played Itchy Knees puzzles previously. Oh, I guess it doesn't spawn in this spot because the shell hasn't died yet. We do need to kill it. And we can always grab a second POW from the pipe. However, here's the problem if we kill it, is that it drops the Muncher. So we're off slightly. We're still off the solution slightly. I actually shouldn't have put on an additional helmet yet, then. Yeah, because you see what the problem is here, is that if we activate the POW to grab another shell, it kills... That's okay. No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. Let's take a look at this. And... yeah, Moyako, I'm considering that. Because I was thinking that if the Muncher is on my head in this column, then it might work. But I was already sort of thinking that. Let's... yeah, we're still missing one little step here, which is that I shouldn't have let go of the Muncher in this position just yet. We still need the blaster to fire, right? Now the thing is, if I'm under the Muncher and blaster stack, the Muncher is on my head and it doesn't die to the POW. Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That should work, because then I don't get crushed because the Muncher still remains on my head in a suspended position. So let's try it again. Once again, let's spawn one shell first. I don't know if that's strictly necessary, but it might help. We have 100 seconds to set it up. Okay. Follow it over here. Oh, I forgot to grab the POW. That's okay, we can cycle back and grab the POW. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, we can always jump back up towards the Muncher, so that's fine. Then we're able to get back into this spot here. Muncher survives, shell does not. Then we grab another shell here. We're now able to grab as many shells as we want. Such that if we lose one here, we put this on, we grab another one. Wait, no. Let's... Hang on. That's bad. You know what? We can just kill it with a POW again, whatever. Except... No, we can't now, because I don't have a helmet to bump to Muncher. Okay, that's... unfortunate. 35 seconds remaining, that's the kind of execution mistake that happens, so... Never mind. Let's reset. That's okay, we got most of it. We got most of it. Thank you to the patience of those in queue. It's not typical that we'll get puzzles as a first submission, but it's actually kind of nice, given that the pace of viewer levels has kind of thinned out in recent weeks. We can try to spend as much time per level as is reasonable. Anyway, let's go back to the setup that we had before. We'll trade this for the POW. We'll grab another helmet. No, I have absolutely no trouble itching with the puzzle as first. Like I said, lately the queues have been a little sparser anyway. We've been remaining open for longer. And I, moreover, desperately needed the warm-up, as you can probably tell. Yeah, we will do an upthrow at some point to grab the key, so I'm not worried about the state right now. We probably should toggle the state first before we do the rest of the activation. Let's do that. Yeah, it's a fun solution. And luckily for me, I knew that the last time I played an Itchy Knee puzzle, it was also something that involved a POW on top of a moving skull platform. That one involved a dry bone shell, without giving it away, but it was also a very similar setup. So as soon as I'd noticed this corner here, then suddenly the most important step of this came together. Whoops, that was not supposed to happen. Let's try this again. Execution mistakes abound, though, no matter how much the puzzle tries to hold my hand, so we'll try it again. We'll grab the shell, toss it down here, and then same kind of setup as before. Okay. And it's easy to execute too, which is nice. The problem is... You know what? We'll just do this until the shell gets spawned on the right side. We can always kill it as long as we retain at least one helmet. Yeah, that's good. That's what we want. We'll eventually want a shell to be shot to the left, and when we do have a shell shot to the left, I'm going to be ducking in the area by the key door to pick it up on my head. That's going to be the sequence. So there's just a slight difference in events, but not much of one. We... actually, no, that doesn't work either, because... no, because we'll bump the shell with my helmet, and if a shell is going over to the left, a helmet bump will actually stop it. That should be the way it works. We'll use this POW to go upstairs. We will take damage from the icicle once while holding one shell. Actually, no, everything here will work. We just stand here and hope that the shell doesn't kill the other shell. Why doesn't this work? Oh, because I do have to put on the helmet. Okay. But when the other one comes along, we will just head bump it And then that'll stop it. Good. Finally. And yeah, we got it. Let's get the Muncher out of the way. Let's shell jump on the left side to see if there's a hidden secret. No, I don't think we will. We can just look at more info to see if there is, in fact, something up here. Look at this very suspicious yellow pipe. Of course we're going to check the suspicious yellow pipe, right? Don't forget the pipe of congrats. Okay, that's great. You rock. We need to drop all the coins. Great. And here we go. And unfortunately, well, can we actually get out to the goal? Maybe. There we go. Nice little touch here, too, is that when you return through the pipe, the state switch also disables the Muncher on the left side. So, thank you for that. Very satisfying puzzle. It's always nice when something just comes down to that one missing aha moment that's kind of the centerpiece of the whole thing. So, very satisfying one indeed. Let's get on with the queue. As usual, do let me know if the stream is functioning properly, if we have any kind of lag or distortion in the audio in particular. We'll try to fix that up. It does happen from time to time. Mayako, let's see it. And yeah, as you can see from the chat command, we will be featuring puzzles pretty heavily starting next week again, because we'll be playing a selection of levels that is being submitted to a puzzle contest, including one that's going to be in co-op. So we'll be inviting people on the stream to join the party for a co-op puzzle if you are available. This slot on Saturday night or Sunday morning, depending on your time zone, is usually going to be for viewer levels. And it will stay that way, but we'll be running more maker puzzles on other days. Especially now that I'm finished with my 2-month adventure through Fire Emblem Engage, which we just managed to finish. Anyway, recreation of your P-Jump level from Mario Maker 1. And this was one that was dedicated to Moyako by Neru RG, so let's see what it is. This is from January, fairly recent. So, let's expect P-jumps and a helmet. We're used to picking up helmets by now, I hope. Okay, so, a couple of P-jumps here. And we're totally gonna flub it, because that's what happens. I guess this might be a reset pipe? No. I guess the shell just gives you one extra chance, but then you only have that one extra chance, so. Why didn't we do it that way in the first place? Okay. Yeah, the shell just gives you one additional hit point, but mushroom might help as well, as long as we hang left and don't hit the spikes. We hit the spikes. Okay, never mind. Whoops, that's a miss. Alright. I like that it gives you a little bit of additional safety, though. And we'll try for the mushroom again, why not? What could possibly go wrong? Just need to make sure we hang right, in fact, so we can just continue the jumps. The problem with the mushroom, of course, is that we do need to crouch into that, otherwise we will definitely take damage. Whatever. I'm sure there's some kind of bonus, perhaps, for people who make it out. Yeah, and you can just cleanly and calmly go over these stacks and nearly bump my head on this thing from below. Yeah, we hit the P's here instead of lowering the platform. Okay, whoop, no, we don't want to jump, we just want to step. Sultry sounds at the P switch, exactly. And yeah, Triforce Comet, we really do have to be aware of these moments with the mushroom when the height actually creates a bit of a liability. So, I think hanging right out of this is correct, though, that we actually do want to just continue to P-jumps right away. Then probably just crouch jump into this right now, and then there we go. Oh, failed it anyway, and this is actually a bit of a problem because with the mushroom I have to take damage anyway to get through this gate, so... Maybe we just shouldn't take the mushroom, because if we take this cleanly, we're able to guarantee that I'm still wearing the helmet at this point. So taking the mushroom actually creates a problem when you go through that one slot, because of the fact that the helmet gets peeled off first. Whoops, no, we do need to jump out of that, we just need to do a controlled jump. So we don't hit our head on subsequent spikes. Interestingly enough, if you are wearing the helmet, then hitting your head onto spikes from below is not an issue, so the helmet is actually going to be significantly more powerful here. With that in mind, we will avoid the mushroom then. Just try to keep the helmet if we can. Oh, that's overshot. Didn't expect to overshoot that badly. Good P-jump practice, anyway. Whoops. Checkpoint is right there. That was just slightly poor reaction time because of the way that was scrolling in on the camera from below where I was standing, so... Anyway... As far as I remember, the P-jump window in Maker 2 is actually much more generous than Maker 1. I don't remember them being this easy to execute in Maker 1. Conversely, though, there are some techniques that became much harder in Maker 2. Memory serves. Whoops. Okay. Master Sword down here, only if we use SMB2 to pluck this cloud, though, so I guess that's not happening. Oh, unless you fall through the column on the left, perhaps. I don't think that's available, though. There's a bunch of stuff like that that might just be a red herring. Whoop. Watch those corners. Drop the thwomp? No, you need to drop the thwomp first and then step on a P. That will have to be it. And yeah, the spike hitbox is bigger, Lobster's Reef. One ample demonstration of that is the fact that in Maker 1, lots of makers actually use spikes on top of semi-solids to make spikes that were, well, to make decorative locations that I think... Oh no, it's actually the reverse. In Maker 2, the semi-solid takes priority. In Maker 1, we made a mistake here. That's okay. In Maker 1, spikes over semi-solids were actually a spike trap, so... There's some kind of difference in hitbox anyway, we just make mistakes while talking about it on stream. We can bump the Muncher if we want to go through the gate there. This seems like it is actually a bonus for people who keep the Shelmet, so we should actually do it. Because it's only accessible by Shelmet anyway, so it looks like this is actually the better path. Is this number 5 or is it telling me this is an S rank? Hey, we do get SMB2, so maybe we do get the Master Sword. Assuming that we can jump out of here. Trump jumps were easier in Maker 1, I see. Oh, okay, this is actually not useful because I can't get through here. So we need to take damage anyway, don't we? That's unfortunate. That it would give you SMB2 only to take it away from you. Seems like maybe these little one-tile slots were not really built with additional power-ups in mind, because now we just have to lose everything, right? In order to get back. So that was actually a bit of a trap. That's a bit trolly indeed. I don't know if that's a troll or just an oversight, actually. Because sometimes things with power-ups can just be oversights. Now, why would you want to step on the peas over here? Because you need to release all of the peas in order for something to shoot out of the blaster and hit the POW. Oh, and then you need to release the shell this way. There we go, and it was totally off screen, so it didn't count. So actually, you need to spawn the shell first like that, and then goes to the left and have the shell remain on screen. So you actually need to activate the shell beneath the donut block first, and activate the P below the donut block first, and let the shell spawn before you do anything further in that location. That seems to be the way to go about it. Okay. That's fairly straightforward, this thing here. Just avoid that other side. Let's spawn a shell. Now that we've spawned a shell, we hit the P's in succession, and there we go. Now what's up here? If we go through there, there is a question block that we can't reach anymore. In order to reach the question block, we would have needed to step on top of the Muncher and take damage, which we could have done using the Shelmet, but we can't anymore. Interestingly enough, though, the note block here looks like it could potentially have spawned something like a vine if you hit it with something. Like if you had a shell sail over top, for instance, and then a vine would take you up to the question block, which would probably also just trap you with something again. Anyway, P-switch over here looks like we just need to follow the tracks. That. Kaizo was a completely different beast in Maker 1, yeah. I didn't play Kaizo in Maker 1, but I could kind of tell that by watching. Whoops, that was a mistake. Shouldn't have done that. That was such a freebie shell as well. Okay, that's fine. We know how to get back there now. Whoops. That was fine, because we'll get another one. And yeah, next time we're back there, that shell will help, because we can just pick it up, so it's fine. We've done worse. Hits. Now we try this. After the P-switch deactivates, of course, so we have something moving. No, next one. You only played Maker 1 a little bit. Yeah, I couldn't do any shell jumps at all when I first started streaming this game. And actually, some of the first shell jump levels that people sent me on my very first viewer level stream, I eventually went back to them long after to clear them. I still can't do them very well, not very consistently, but it's not a complete write-off anymore. Okay, there we go. Slide to the right. Oh, love the P bounce over here. Actually reminds me of the POW bounce on a particular level from 4YMM, I think it was Tino's level that had the POW bounce over the piranhas the whole time. This totally looks like you can enter the pipe, can't you? But if you miss that opportunity, maybe the pipe just spawns more Ps. Yeah, it does. So probably not something you can enter. But we should try it. We should actually let it spawn another P, and we'll try to land on top of it. Oh, whoops. Nope, that was a mistake. But that would be an interesting place to hide a secret, for sure. Oh, we have another one up here. I don't think that's reachable without the Shalmet. I think that's a bit of a tall order. You'd have to bump the Piranha and maybe get the Peas to double stack or something. I don't know. I don't see the path with my current setup. So let's just wait for these guys. And grab the helmet. There's checkpoint 2. So a lot of secrets that we have not been able to reveal. Looks like this is a boss room, but then what is this? Let's check. People love to send difficult levels to new people, yeah. Maybe so. I don't know if I am in touch any longer with the experience of, you know, anybody starting to stream Mario Maker now. Certainly there are people who pick it up all the time, but it would be a very different outlook than, say, how things were in 2020. Especially because I think the Mario Maker makers that have remained active on Twitch all this time have kind of narrowed down to a more dedicated core. Really depends on the norms that you set on your stream, of course, in terms of what people expect you will like to play. Whoops. Hardway dedicated to you up there. Okay, I see. We can take a quick look at it. I won't necessarily grind through it, but if this is just hard mode, let's see what it is. Moyako. And down we go. Loses a Shelmet. Whoops. Oh, I see. Okay. Control jumps all the way. We'll give it a few tries, but I'll probably take the easy mode because that looks like it's quite a bit more controlled, and secondly, I don't think we'll necessarily make it through those gaps. You'd really have to fight the camera scroll on that part, I think, both vertically and horizontally. So we'll try to clear it this way first before we go to Gutsy. Also noticed a vine up top. Oh, was hoping to catch the vine. Unfortunately, it will not go. I think there's a one-way panel that blocks it, though. I don't think you can actually go up there. But I'm not entirely sure. There's a good amount of secrets in this level for sure. So these things are always worth checking. No, I don't think there is a one-way panel. Maybe we can do it. Nope. Yeah, we can totally go up there if we catch it perfectly at the top. But you don't play Maker on stream anymore, Lobster's Reef, but people have been begging you to recently. And yeah, I know everybody's stream kind of has its own flavor in terms of what content they prefer, and you know, whether its viewer levels are endless or whether it's Kaizo precision puzzles, etc. I think once you do it for long enough and you establish who your regulars are, i.e. who actually likes your content enough to come back, then the sense of what kind of level your stream is about, I think, becomes a lot more coherent. You see, viewer levels don't really make me mad because I think I've traditionally been really happy with most of what I see, especially when I watch other people's viewer level streams and realize that I have it really good here most of the time. And it may just be because I networked with high quality makers fairly early, especially because when I was making more actively, I was participating in stuff like the YMM events, and that kind of got me linked up with people whose levels I tend to like. And so I'm always quite pleased with the quality of what I see here, actually. Okay, here the momentum is going to be key in that selection. Moyako, you love viewer levels. I mean, you get to see your own levels, right? So, of course you would. But even in terms of watching what other people are doing, it is an experience on Twitch that I always kind of compare to a bit of a pub crawl, like from a maker's perspective, where, you know, if you hang out on Twitch in a particular time of day, you submit to viewer level streams and you see the same people over and over submitting their levels alongside you as well, and you kind of get that experience of just roving from one pub to the next and gradually getting to know what other people are up to. I don't see that side of it as much anymore because since I started streaming, I've had much less time to either make levels or submit them, so I haven't been in the submitter's chair in quite some time, but that was always something I quite liked about the experience. That you would just get to know other makers that way by occasionally seeing people who were really quite impressive. Anyway, let's try to bump this properly. Yeah, we need to face right, maybe? No, we need to bump this as high as possible. I think we need to find... Yeah, and then we just kind of shift over that way. That's how to do it. And today people sent you a lot of great levels. That's good to know. I actually have to catch you live sometime, Mayako. I don't think I've managed to do so before. There we go. That's to clear. Thank you for the GGs. Lobster Reef, you have a lot of high-quality friends who are much, much better. And they send you their 6-point team shell levels. Yeah, well... I guess that just means they believe in you. Thank you for the GGs, and for the level that was dedicated to Moyako, who submitted it along. Let's mark it as a win and move on. Try first comment. Okay. The most recent level of yours that I have not played before. Yes, we can do that. That would be Mecha Mesa. I see you're one of those makers who loves alliterative descriptions. I've met a couple of people like that. And I always appreciate it. It seems to be something that, you know, if you commit to it, it makes your descriptions just consistently more colorful. Anyway, incoming irksome impalers and iron irritants elicit issues immutably. It's kind of a bit of a cheat there, because I think the actual word that would be there would be like elicit with an E, E-L-I-C-I-T. But, you know, I guess you had to fudge it for alphabetical reasons. So if you wanted critique, that's the critique. Okay. I guess we'll just follow these guys. Get used to actually being able to spin jump again, perhaps. Can this guy get me anywhere interesting? Let's not... Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do the up throw there, but... You know what? If we follow this to its logical conclusion, he'll totally walk off and be unavailable. Okay, fine. Can't see my feet here, but we'll land safely. And check some pipes from time to time. This is a green pipe that looks like it's just a spawner. Yeah, I guess it is. This will drop. this will be a throw to get up to 10 coin. And we'll check pipes from time to time. Very generous about mushrooms, of course. Helps. Yeah, very spiny focus. Traditional level. Don't know if any of you saw the latest direct/trailer for the Super Mario film, but... And I don't mean to spoil anything for those of you who are avoiding it to the point of avoiding trailers, but... it establishes that Bowser in the film totally doesn't remember the name of Spinies. That's just, you know, its own little gag, of course, but... Poor Spinies always getting a bit shortchanged for old veterans that have been around since Maker 1. Now, whenever we see red mechas, it gets me looking for potential cheese that we can do with bouncing on top of the projectiles. Because you can always move the red mecha to a different location and launch its projectile from there, right? Oh, we lost the ability to do the spin jump here, unfortunately. However, if you decided to lead one of the cannons there, it should be able to... Not cannons, one of the rockets there. It should be able to destroy the yellow blocks anyway. To quote Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, I warned you. I played Thousand Year Door many times, and I actually don't remember specifically where he says I warned you. It has been quite a few years, mind you, but... Back on the GameCube, I actually did used to do the 10 HP runs through Thousand Year Door before I knew that it was also a fairly popular challenge thing to do. I mean, I guess it's a natural thing to try, given the systems in that game, but... Among self-imposed challenges in Nintendo games, that was always one of my favorites. It's not even particularly hard, but it's something that makes you really dig into all of the available systems. And I think, you know, as far as self-imposed hard mode challenges go, that's often the best kind, where it's not particularly precise or grindy or anything, but it gives you a full sense of systems that you might otherwise be ignoring. Okay, let's bop these so we can do this. 10 HP is the best way to play. Exactly, yeah. And I was pleased to know that I was far, far from the only person who realized that. Anyway, thank you for Mecha Mesa Tricomet. Let's mark that as a win and move on. But yeah, very strong sense of identity for that one as a traditional level. Obviously, I was checking every pipe and disappointed in every single one of them. But for the most part, considering how many Spinies were dropping off ceilings onto my head, it was pretty fair about giving me enough to look at, so. And you do need to split, yeah. Have fun splitting. Don't forget to put yourself back together again in the morning. And Lobster's Reef, let's see what you have here. Something off the top. We'll do that. 100 seconds. Anyway, judging by what you were telling me earlier, at least I'm fairly assured that this is not going to be, you know, difficulty 6 Shell Kaizo. Oh, I see. This is actually your 100th level, perhaps, on this profile before you moved on to a different one. Hence, number 100. Well, congratulations on finishing this profile, or, well, not 100 levels, but I guess if you're just finished with this one anyway. Okay, well, congratulations on pretending to finish 100 levels. Anyway, let's see it. Oh, you were saying no to the Shell Kaizo thing. Yeah, so you did fill this one up. Okay. Congratulations on accurately pretending to. You finished 100 levels. Anyway, oh, precision. And fast precision, that's at least not super narrow. We can probably get something done here. I should look at the record afterwards to see exactly what we're dealing with here. Okay, so if finishable in 25 seconds, which means that we're not under really, really serious pressure. I can, in fact, make mistakes and wait for things if they don't line up properly. Oh, we didn't line that up properly. That was a trap. Maybe that was survivable if I was... Well, I mean, I should have just gone to the right and cycled around there. 100 seconds for 100 levels, yeah. Works for me. Oh, what? If we go this way, and then we go to the right, then go this way, and it's a very similar idea over here as we cycle around, and... Oh, Cheep Cheep's in the way. Cheep Cheeps continue to be in the way. That's maybe not the best synchronization we could have found. That's okay. We just got trapped. Nail64, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Whoops. Let's be a little more cautious. We do have the time. It's just that I went back and forth and that Cheep Cheep trap at the very end, and getting stuck there waiting for the correct cycle is not going to work. Nope. We should have gone for the lower coin first like we did last time. We might even want to consider doing that with both locations. Rough couple of weeks for you. Sorry to hear that. Nope. Things are settling down somehow. Oops. And yeah, things are fine over here. I just finished Fire Emblem Engage on stream yesterday after working on it for the past 2 months. And totally alienating the entirety of the audience that comes here for Mario Maker instead. But we're back to it now. Until, of course, I decide to do the DLC maps. Let's not rush this. Let's do this carefully. But yeah, until I go back for the DLC maps and the eventual full expansion that's coming later this year. We'll be back to Mario Maker plus some other things. Whoops. Turning that corner too tightly. I think I only just noticed that this is the number of 100 that we're swimming through. I don't know why that wasn't apparent to me earlier, but it's probably something to do with the way that the segments are connected. Let's back up. Oh. Yeah, down first. I think that's absolutely the right thing to do. And then, oh, we should have actually sped right past it. I just noticed that a moment too late. Fire Emblem lost you after the Wii era. I skipped Shadow Dragon on DS. But... And I never actually caught up on the Fire Emblem 2 remake either, but I've played all of the ones since. I actually do, and I'm not inviting people to commit a burglary at my house or something, but I actually do own the physical cartridge of the complete Fire Emblem Fates, which is actually, at this point, probably the most valuable physical game I own. I would not be surprised if that has absolutely skyrocketed, especially with the closure of the eShop. And with Fire Emblem just, rising in prominence generally. Where... I mean, the print runs for Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn were never great in the first place. And they were very difficult to obtain even within a few months of the release. And that was before people even cared, right? Because at that point, I think people were still kind of catching on to Fire Emblem via things like the GBA games. And Awakening is a lot of fun. There are a lot of things that are mechanically sloppy around the edges the more you play it that are all cleaned up in Fates. Like I had a mental list of 6 or 7 things that I didn't like about Awakening's mechanics that, Fates actually just went down a list and cleaned them all up. But it is an extremely charming game. It's one of those that... with both Awakening and Three Houses, actually, it's very easy to see why they were so wildly successful in expanding the audience for that series, because not only because of, some of the stuff that gets talked about a lot with the focus on the supports being kind of overtly romantic and possibly eugenic, but also that they are very much more than the sum of their parts, where, it's very easy to forgive some of the small tactical or mechanical shortcomings, because as a complete package, it just works so incredibly well. So I've actually liked all of the games that I've played since the Wii era, Awakening, Fates, Three Houses, and Engage. I've had a good time with all of them. I know that's not necessarily a widely shared opinion, because people get very defensive sometimes, I think, about which Fire Emblems they do or don't like. We really do need to go bottom first. Once we get trapped on the right side, the movement here completely locks me out. We absolutely need to go left side first. You bought Radiant Dawn used. It came into the GameStop you worked at. Yeah. Very fortunate for you to have done so at the time, so... what did I just say about doing the left side first? That's okay, we go fast, we might still be able to do that. And yeah, I guess... I think both Pikmin and Pikmin 2, or maybe at least the first one, would have been part of that whole set of GameCube games that was marked down for the player's choice line, right? Like back in the GameCube era where Nintendo actually did discount things after a few years. Which has not happened in a long time. Because I definitely remember, especially some of the very early GameCube stuff, all of it wound up on Player's Choice, like Luigi's Mansion 1, Metroid Prime I think actually did as well. Pikmin 2 was only ever Player's Choice on Wii, I see. Actually, so I never owned the Wii editions of Pikmin 1 and 2, and they're difficult enough now physically that I am thinking about picking them up as part of the Wii U shop closure that is happening 1 week from today. I kind of have a mental shopping list already of things I want to grab on Wii U and 3DS before the closure. Actually, even before it was known that GBA would be coming to Switch, and that GBA would moreover include Mario Advance 4, I was kind of thinking of picking that up anyway. Potentially as something to stream here. I actually am still not on the premium tier for Nintendo Switch Online, so... might make sense to have a bit of a longer-term reference copy of Super Mario Advance for the e-reader levels. But it's very much my intention to stream the e-reader levels here at some point, because I think that would be of particular interest to Mario Maker people. Yeah, New Play Control was the Wii edition of the Pikmin games. That's right. And that's the one that I'm thinking I might actually grab on Wii, but... Oh, we need to remember left side first. Yeah, one thing that's unclear to me is how the Wii, or rather the 3DS shop closure will affect system transfer, because... the thing is, my old 3DS doesn't really have a circle pad anymore because Samus Returns broke it twice. And it's definitely just beyond repair at this point. And I'd been thinking about eventually moving to the new 3DS if I can actually manage to get one at a reasonable cost. Because I actually do like the 3D effect, and I understand that the head tracking on a new 3DS improves that significantly, especially for games that have a lot of movement where you're likely to. Really shakes the system quite a bit. Yeah, I know you can re-download purchases, but I don't know if you can totally transfer to a new account, because I think it's mainly the billing systems that are shutting down. Because online services are still remaining for the platforms, I think they're basically just cutting off the billing and the account system as well, the old Nintendo account system that preceded the one on Switch. And it's partly understandable why, because I understand that near the end of the Wii U era or beginning of the Switch era, there actually was a major security breach of the old Nintendo eShop account system that was this very significant and impactful account compromise. And that might have been one of the factors that led them to just shut down billing for both of those shops entirely. Yeah, everything was account-bound already. It's just... and the accounts seem to be remaining, and it seems to be just the billing that is being shut off. So re-downloading things is not an issue in the short term, which is good because, frankly, I was already well out of storage on the default 32 gigs on the Wii U. Because I never did plug in an external drive into it, and, you know, if you just have 32 gigs on it, Metroid Prime Trilogy by itself takes up a ton of space, and I think it takes up like 8 gigs or something. Yeah, because Prime Trilogy is actually pretty heavy. We forgot the first coin. Let's grab this. We're going to run into time trouble anyway. Yeah, the thing about the account system on the old 3DS era Nintendo account is that it's much more of a functional and durable account system than people gave it credit for, and I think it was very widely misunderstood. Which is not to say that it was great, but I think it was deeply misunderstood by people who just sort of still perceived Nintendo as not having a real account system. Partly because of some of the confusion around things like things being hardware-bound, where you would need to basically transfer your account authorization between a very finite number of devices. Which happens with most digital account systems anyway, you know, in the way that, like, iTunes, for instance, would have a device maximum. It's just that Nintendo's maximum tended to be one Wii U and one 3DS, which, you know, if they had the exact same system with a higher cap, nobody would have noticed or complained, really, unless they were really loaded up on systems. But, whoops. But yeah, it's too bad that, you know, there were so many interesting things going on with online infrastructure that just sort of died with Wii U. And region lock, yes, was a big deal. I know, Mail64, that you're saying this as somebody who has considerable experience with having to fight with region lock. So I understand, since you've been changing territories quite a bit. Or had previously. And yeah, I kind of had to deal with that too for a lengthy period. Okay, we did this too slowly. Let's get to the right side. Duck out. That's okay, we're still fine. This run is still alive. We haven't gotten this far in a while. Let's... Whoops. Control the bobbing up and down. Yeah, Xenoblade X I owned physically, but of course there were the data loading packs for it as well that they highly recommended you load into your system to ease the game's performance. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the most taxing thing on my Wii U's internal storage was actually Prime Trilogy. In that, I remember having to offload a lot of stuff to make room for Prime Trilogy. And that's kind of the main reason that I need re-downloads to be alive, because you know how it was a promotion for a while where people on the old Club Nintendo were just given one full retail game for registering the Wii U? Like, it was a choice between Wind Waker, Pikmin, Wonderful 101, I think, and something else. And yeah, Lobster's Reef, Keep Calm and Carry On. We're trying to do that while talking. But it's actually a good kind of level to talk over, because I'm not actively trying to solve anything, I'm just trying to push buttons. It's very easy to just kind of fall into a pattern of, you know, social Nintendo chatter while we're... Oh, I should have gotten ahead of the firebar in that one. We had plenty of room to do that. There's enough wiggle room and flexibility here that I really do feel like I should be able to do it without too much trouble. We got close to the door here previously, and this is the only pink coin segment. I don't know if there will be a second segment past the door, but given that the record is 25 seconds, I don't imagine that there's too much to it. But yeah, I'm definitely kind of assembling my last minutes Wii U and 3DS shopping list. Capcom marked everything down to about $3 a piece, so I actually don't own Resident Evil 4 on Wii, so, you know, everybody's talking about this big new Resident Evil 4 remake, and I'm here thinking, oh, I might finally pick it up on Wii. A decade and a half after its release. Because I can't really shoot things without motion controls, that's the thing. I mean, with a mouse maybe, but for the most part I can't actually shoot things without motion controls. It's a complete disaster. Which is partly why, you know, Splatoon is maybe the only shooter I've ever really properly gotten into. Whoops. Oh, the Capcom sale is just a US thing. Yeah, I guess if you're on an EU account still, then it's not so much. But yeah, I was thinking of grabbing probably that and Ace Attorney. And on the Nintendo side, I have some DLC to clean up. Like, I never got Impossible Pack 4. NSMB 2, which... I mean, NSMB 2 is not a particularly memorable Mario game. I don't think it has a very strong sense of identity, even though it's largely just kind of there and competent. But one thing that has, of course, been renowned about it for a long time is the Impossible Pack, and because people keep talking about it like it's the capstone of official Nintendo Mario content as far as difficulty goes, and I feel like I kind of need to see that for myself and grind away at it for a bit. But yeah, I had all the Pikmin 3 DLC. I think I got most of it off Club Nintendo Rewards, in fact. And I have Zack and Wiki originally for the Wii already. I do have the Wii disc sitting around somewhere. Zack and Wiki is great. One of the few torchbearers for point-and-click style puzzle solving. In that particular period, in the mid-2000s, when adventure games just looked completely dead for the longest time. But yeah, I was quite fond of Zack and Wiki. I mean, that was, again, a decade and a half ago, but... Pikmin 3 was always in this kind of weird position where, you know, a year after its release, they patched in the stylus controls. So you'd wind up with 3 control schemes. You would have the Wii Remote motion control scheme. That's kind of like what I heard they did with New Play Control for 1 and 2. You have the tablet scheme, that the dual screen Wii U control scheme that was the default from the beginning, which was the basis of the Wii U game to begin with once it was moved to Wii U, where, you know, the whole game is kind of designed around this multitasking between the 3 commanders on the map. And then you would have the single-screen stylus play. And the thing is that, you know, even though that was by far the best way to actually control the Pikmin themselves for time attack challenges and the like, it's a fantastic control scheme, actually, with the resistive stylus. You'd have the situation where you have 3 separate ways to play Pikmin 3, and none of them feel ideal, because each of them is good at one thing and not as good at another thing. So, you know, you could tap around with a stylus to move to Pikmin all day, but that's not going to help you with the triple commander multitasking on the map, right? So... But yeah, I originally played it on Gamepad, but then I played the challenges and the DLC with stylus. And stylus feels amazing. And it's something we'll never see again simply because everybody moved to the capacitive touchscreens rather than the really precise resistive ones that would require the stylus. Because you kind of did need that level of precision for the tapping inputs. It's kind of funny that so little touchscreen support materialized for control schemes on Switch, in fact. Even basic stuff like the menus in Smash or something, where you just can't actually tap anything, even though graphic design seems to be inviting you to do so. Okay, we're going to get trapped here again, aren't we? Let's... Yeah, okay, there's no good cycle after you miss that. We basically need to dip down below and go up quickly, I think. That one. Yeah, that's the thing. I never double-dipped on Pikmin 3 on Switch, but it's true that when Pikmin 3 first released, I've definitely felt the absence of the Piclopedia, which was one of my favorite things about 2. And I understand that is in the Switch version. So. There's a demo on Switch, yeah. I mean, Pikmin 4 is coming out this year anyway, so... 3 Deluxe, unfortunately, doesn't actually really fit into my life this year. I'm just far too backlogged for anything like that. Even though I do absolutely love Pikmin 3. I feel like the thing that I want to have happen with Pikmin, which is not really going to happen in 4, or at least I wouldn't expect it to happen with 4, is a more contiguous map structure that doesn't have this segregation between separate zones. They were already getting towards a more interconnected Metroid-style lock-and-key structure in 3, but it was still limited to zones that were still very well-defined and separated from each other across the planet, which, you know, to be fair, Metroid games are technically like that too, they just kind of disguise that with the elevator placements. Or in the case of Metroid Prime 3, they just don't disguise it at all. It takes the same approach of just having each zone be its own completely independent bubble with a set entry and exit point. But I feel like that's something that Pikmin in particular would really benefit from. To just have a very contiguous world structure. I don't expect that 4 will do this. We don't know that it won't do this, but I don't expect that it will. Okay, we're going to go down first, and then... no, we can dip up first, and we have plenty of room to come back down, and then we can make it to the door. Why don't we just do things this way to begin with? That's so much better than whatever it was we were trying previously, and we'll just have to demonstrate that again. Anyway, thanks to everybody behind this level in queue for your extreme patience with the way I'm playing this, but we finally did see the path. And it's actually a very easy-looking path. We just need to swim accurately. Let me see how many people are making way. 3, okay. Yeah, so we will get to all of you, Mr. Coco, Matt Maker, Mail64. We'll not take too long on this one, I hope. But I have been crashing against it for a while. Considering that it looks and generally feels pretty relaxing. Whoops. Yeah, I definitely have this. I do think so, and that's why I'm continuing to push against it. Whereas with things that are actually hard precision, I typically bail out of those pretty early because it's clear to me where the technical roadblocks are, and I don't necessarily think my chances are good. This one, however, we have a very clear path at this point. We just need to fix up 1 or 2 little head bob deaths here and there. The timing windows are actually very clear to me at this point. We just need to not touch the corner. Way up. And speaking of Pikmin, I also think that what they were going for with Hey Pikmin, I mean, I didn't actually play it, I just played the demo, which was not an impressive demo. But what they were going for with a 2D puzzle platformer adaptation of Pikmin, I think conceptually had a lot of potential. Upon playing a demo, I didn't think Hey Pikmin was going to be the game to do that, but I would not be displeased to see a revisitation of that idea someday. There are a lot of instances like that with Nintendo series sometimes, where they try something quite different that is unsuccessful for a few specific reasons, but really shouldn't be a reason to write off the entire concept. The way that I think that, you know, a really fast-moving third-person 3D Metroid probably still has tons of potential. It's just that it's completely burdened by the legacy of Other M at this point, and I think everybody wants to see both standard 2D and standard Prime kind of get back on their feet first, and of course 2D has already done that in very admirable fashion in recent years. Corbinic Lobster, are you sending hard levels to streamers again? Nah, this is actually a pretty relaxed one. This is not hard. I agree with Lobster that this is not hard, I'm just playing poorly. Having actually struggled with you know, real precision before that people send me. This is pretty relaxed. Time pressure isn't really pressure, it's just kind of there to make the music go fast. And anyway, Corey, you're raising your eyebrow at a challenge. Well, yeah, it's not too bad. Whoops. It's just that swimming tends to introduce input inconsistency unless you're really accustomed to doing that. Yeah, the really super tight precision stuff, I like to think of that as the stuff that other streamers play so I don't have to. And some people are really so good at it, right? And you know, you kind of have to truly enjoy it to actually be that refined when it comes to precision. Actually, not necessarily, because then you have people like Orator, who I think he pretty visibly does not enjoy precision, but he's very well practiced at it anyway, and occasionally chews out his stream for thinking that that's the kind of thing they want him to see. But Roby Angel, welcome. You make levels that use unique tech. I should really not read chat while I'm bobbing my head up and down, but let me follow up on that message in just a little bit. I'll finish reading your message on the next death, maybe. Speaking of which, how do I feel about the frog suit and lantern twisters? We can deal with it. But yeah, thank you for the submission. We'll hopefully get to you soon enough. I've been spending way too long on this one, but I think this level has probably taken me longer than the puzzle we did at the beginning of the stream, but... And it's such a simple thing, too, where, you know, actual precision players just have this down in 5 minutes flat. Not shorter. But... we've been taking it as a conversation piece, and... just kind of... sliding our way around. Let's... okay, that's much better. Now, so we dip into the top left, and then we come back here. Then we grab the one on the bottom, and then we follow the loop around. That's, again, just off in terms of positioning. That's the thing about swimming levels, is that you can't hold still, so you do have to be very finesse when it comes to your positioning. Whoops. Because just standing around at a level is enough to cause a bit of chaos. Alright, let's wait for the next cycle. We've got plenty of time. Okay, there we go. Wait for the Cheep Cheeps, and we just need to not touch the corners. See, what was so tough about that? GG. Very simple. Let's take our time to collect everything and then die to the clock. Can't believe that took me so long. That's, technically speaking, probably one of the easier levels we've played, but in practice, something that is exposing, I think, a pretty significant gap in my skill set. So, thank you for that. That's one where I didn't think we definitely fell well under clear rate. 3% clear rate. We definitely didn't hit that. And once again, thank you to the patience of the other makers. We'll do Mr. Coco next. Did I read this code correctly? Yeah. Let me know which one you want me to play. Thanks for being a good sport. Oh, yeah, of course. And thank you for the level. So, Mr. Coco, are we starting at the top with Hang On to the Vine, or are we doing something older? Your new level, please. Okay. Événement, accroche-toi à la liane. Let's take a look and do exactly as it says. Okay, on-off switch to the left. We can't quite see what's going on down there. Let's not mess with it. Oh, whoops. And let's also watch what is above our heads. Okay, down we go. And I guess I mean, it's probably something like an arrow shot, or alternatively a bomb when we get Master Sword. I think we probably can't touch that otherwise without something like a damage boost, so. No reason that I can see so far to drop into the right side. So let's just grab the key, go through the door, and then... Oh, okay, we can't do that yet. Let's see what's going on here then. Yes, we should go over... Ah, we keep scrolling. Okay, that was not, in fact, a scroll boundary. We should have looked at that carefully. I don't know why I was assuming that this was one screen wide, but clearly it's not. Mushroom does allow me to damage boost over, but not hit the on-off switch, so we need something to hit the on-off switch. Let's bust this down. And head bump the P until we're satisfied with it. There's the Master Sword. Let's get over and grab that, and then that is my ticket out of here. Assuming we don't lose it along the way. Could, of course, just destroy some of this stuff for safety reasons. Remember, kids, be sure to feed your piranha plants often. Yeah. Otherwise, might not want to stick your fingers anywhere nearby. Anything we can blow up here with Link? Not really, just these blocks on the side. I don't think they're particularly consequential. There's that one under the piranha to the left as well. Thank you for the follow. Nothing going on here. We probably could have stopped that. Well, with a 2-tile range, maybe not. Also notice. See if we can break anything. Okay, that doesn't really break anything. Probably just vines coming out here, so we'll... Oh, whoops. No. Let's not go down. Just trying to drop a bomb. Whoops. Nope. It's just trying to do a soft drop there. We just overpressed. You know what? Why don't we just let it down this way and do it sensibly? There we go. And yeah, the only thing with the state switch that I can see so far is that we opened up that slot down there in advance. We might as well see what's over here. Okay, yeah, we'll open that up in case we lose the big mushroom. But the fact that we have toggled the switch already, I think, is probably a good sign. Might allow me to skip something. Like this, for instance. We'll run around anyway to see what the level was trying to get me to do, I guess. Oh! Yeah, we'll need Big Mushroom to get above that. So let's do that. Get back up. I think we skipped a big chunk for sure, but I'll take a look here anyway just to see what was going on. Yeah, because ordinarily you would be forced to flow through the level down here instead. And follow it down and do this whole segment over here. We effectively found a way to skip all of that. Yeah, no, because I guess you would be going down low, you would be platforming down there, you would come through here, and then you would be expected to hit the switch and go left. That's typically what you're supposed to do. Then what's this all about? Oh, key, okay. Yeah, I guess we need that too, don't we? Also notice... Oh, come on. Can I? Oh, yeah, no, ground tiles. I guess if this is actually the very top, then we can't really go anywhere. Okay, that's fine. I was hoping to bust down the blocks above. Those guys over there. Big mushroom? Okay. That's fine. So really, we just circumvented the platforming segment that loops around to the on-off switch over here. That's the only thing we missed. Or skipped, rather. This is the whole thing to the right. But you did still need to get over there to get the key in order to pass to the next segment, so... It's not like you can completely shortcut the level. Lemelsen, welcome. We really need to add camera control in the next one. Yeah, I mean, there's a limit to how many tools Nintendo is willing to give the player base, just because of the desire to keep it simple for the kids. Which is why we don't see a lot of advanced logic triggers and other things that would be very useful. But it's very true that, you know, I guess it would just be a logical extension of a lot of what goes on with auto scroll, but we'll stop this stuff. We'll not run into the plants, and we'll go. I mean, I guess custom scroll is, you know, how you would do a lot of camera management trickery now to begin with anyway. It's just that for some inscrutable reason, we only have custom scroll in the main world. Thank you for the follow. What do we open up with that? Oh, this block here, okay. And some things to stand on. Anyway, reset door over here. Why do you need a reset door? Is there a falling platform that we need? Oh, because Divine is missable. Okay, that's why. And yeah, Carspino, that's how you pronounce your name. Welcome. Then we just ride this out. It'll go back and forth. That's probably how we're supposed to grab the final coin at the end. We just do this full loop. And pick this up, and then... Oh, I like how this is timed, actually. What an adventure. Whoops, totally missed that. That's okay, we'll grab it on the next pass, or rather, on the next attempt. Yeah, Warp World's been causing problems today, so... Roby, if you manage to get your code in, I'll manage to put you in the right position. If I can. It's been failing on a couple of people's codes today, and it has been pretty creaky lately anyway. Went from being one of the very best custom tools to being quite poorly maintained, I think. I mean, I haven't kept up with the creator of Warp World, Jakku, in some time, but I think after expanding Warp World's interest to supporting a whole bunch of other viewing needs, maintaining the software of Mario Maker kind of fell off dramatically. very noticeable if you've been using that for as long as I have. Of course, a lot of things would be solved if, you know, Nintendo just had a lot of their data out in the open like they did for Mario Maker 1 with the bookmark site. In the first place. And I know, of course, that the other fewer levels bot is still going strong as well. And I really should set that up as a fallback. But in the meantime, let's go over here. Oh, we can totally go for the 50 coin. Nothing is risky about that. We should have jumped down towards it and gotten back up, but that's okay. Absolutely nothing risky about that. Perfectly sensible thing for someone climbing in a cave to do. Just, you know, see the shiny thing and go for it. Yep, nothing risky whatsoever. Wii U Shop is still alive until next week, Ropey Angel. Mario Maker 1, though, has been delisted for quite a few years. Since they shut down course uploads, it is no longer available digitally. The rest of the Wii U Shop closes on the 27th. So you asked that question at the perfect time if you do in fact intend to pick up anything. We were talking about it earlier in the stream, in fact. I do kind of have a bit of a last-minute shopping list of things I want to pick up, although, you know what, we should have gone down to the 50 coin to begin with and just gone under on that part of the divine pattern. That's probably the most efficient way to get it. And so yeah, like I was saying, I'll probably be streaming Super Mario Advance at some point. Super Mario Advance 4 with the SMB3 e-reader levels. There's less urgency to do it now that I know it's also available on the Nintendo Switch Online service, but the plan was always to do it at some point. And because if it had not shown up on the Switch already, I probably would have done it around this time on the Wii U copy while it's still available for other people to dive into, but it's nice to have the e-reader levels more generally accessible at last, though. That's a very good precedent for difficult to access Nintendo digital content going forward. Okay, now we go back. Without running into too much trouble along the way. SMB2 will allow me to pluck the clouds. We, of course, need to climb up there first. What happens if I blow this up? Well, you know what? Let's tap it first. It's just a coin. Ah. Okay, this is not actually a lock because if these blocks contain vines, they would respawn after doing this. So the player will not get stuck, which is important. Why did I want Master Sword to begin with, though? Because then that allows you to do a downward thrust and hit the blocks. Let's hit them all, why not? And then on a way up, we'll switch to SMB2 just because. I certainly hope that this contains a vine, because... Actually, no, that doesn't matter, because even if the Mushroom respawns in that spot, no big deal. You might buy Legend of Seven Stars. Yeah, it's, I mean, it was where the whole concept of trying to do turn-based RPGs with Mario started, long before either Paper Mario or Mario and Luigi. We need to actually tap this with the Master Sword. We should have actually gone to the right with these. Yeah, I don't know why we did that. That obviously wasn't going to work. That path actually accommodates both the Master Sword and the SMB2 Mushroom. I wasn't thinking because I was talking. SMB2 Mushroom allows you to plug the cloud on the top right and then hit the on-off switch, and that unlocks the pipe. Taking Link up there allows you to just shoot the bomb and ignite it and also open up the door, so... Either power-up would have been just fine there, we just totally didn't pay attention. Because obviously the bomb was there for a Link interaction. Thank you for the follow, Corbinic. It's been a very long time since I've played Legend of the Seven Stars. There are a few things about it that you might find that have aged oddly, namely that it is from an isometric perspective, even though it is controlled by the D-pad on the Super Nintendo, and so, you know, some of the very light overworld platforming or exploration does feel a bit strange nowadays, I think, but... But if you had any interest in Mario in an RPG format with games like the Paper Mario or Mario & Luigi series, Super Mario RPG is definitely where it started, and I think it's still something that holds up well enough to be worth a look for that alone. There's a lot of stuff in it that has, to this point, not really been duplicated in the other games, and having been developed by Square, there are a few things about it that are much more like a Square-style RPG than the other Mario RPG spin-offs have been since. Like, there's a lot of stuff that Nintendo just wouldn't do anymore that you can see in that game, so... Would definitely suggest that if you're curious. I probably haven't returned to it in at least a decade, though. I caught up on a lot of the Super Nintendo RPGs around the early 2000s, in fact. It was around the GameCube era when I actually started playing things like Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, etc., so kind of came to them late, and it's sort of interesting to be a generation or two late to that sort of thing, and get a sense of what holds up extremely well. Anyway, that's all there is to the ending. We took way too long for something so simple, but thank you for that, Mr. Coco. Very cleanly put together throughout. I like the flexibility of this level in that there are a lot of things that give you enough room for multiple approaches, multiple patterns. Yeah, Ruby Angel, the company Alpha Dream, which made the Mario RPG, sorry, Mario and Luigi series, they didn't survive the end of the 3DS era. By the end of the 3DS era, they were mostly involved in just remaking their older games for the 3DS, and that was at a time when 3DS software completely fell off a cliff because everybody moved on to Switch. So between that and the Mario and Luigi series kind of gradually petering out, Alpha Dream was shut down, so... Anyway, let's take a look at whatever's next. Thank you once again, Mr. Coco, who seems to like the Master Sword. 3 in a queue. We'll be keeping it open for a while yet. Let's take a look at Matt DeMaker. If you're still here, you are. Okay, good. Thank you, Matt DeMaker, for Sorry, for waiting, rather, so patiently. You've been here a while. Happy to see another one of yours. They made 3DS games, but worse with the additions being the worst. Yeah, Mail 64, I thought the only additions were an additional side game or something. I didn't know there were any changes to Superstar Saga or Bowser's Inside Story. I actually still have not played Bowser's Inside Story, and I might have to check cartridge prices for that, because even though I have no time for it, it's entirely possible that might be one of the last things I pick up for 3DS. But we'll see. There's a lot of stuff sort of in that category where there are many later 3DS games that are now kind of above their original price. Some things like Planet Robobot, I think, are in that situation too, where they are coveted, but they kind of came pretty late in the system. Ember Estate, fire safety tip, do not touch the flames. Keep your cool in there. Let's do that. Yeah, now that Superstar Saga is already on the new GBA service, isn't it? Or, I mean, it's definitely coming if it isn't there already, given how much of a core GBA title it is, but I don't actually know if it's already there. Oh, we totally couldn't see the floor here. Let's be careful with this being a dark level. Trying to skip everywhere. Okay, maybe we shouldn't try to do that, but... Oh, that's totally doable, too. Seems barely out of reach, but... Yeah, absolutely a valid and developer-intended path. Funny thing about this level is that we actually kind of want to jump towards the dark spots because that's what we know will be safe from fire. In the Ember Estate. Whoops. GBA service launched with Superstar Saga, yeah. Yeah, I know it launched with Advance 4 and that it now also has Metroid Fusion. Whoops. There we go.
Oh, no.
I picked up a lot of GBA software on Wii U, in fact, because Wii U is a very comfortable way to play GBA, because the button mapping on Wii U for Virtual Console is actually much better than what we have for Switch. Or any of the supported systems. In that, you know, you just have flexible button mapping system-wide.
Oh, no.
And so for the GBA, it's very comfortable, and the screen is great, because it turns out that the Wii U gamepad is kind of the perfect size for GBA games in terms of giving them excellent picture quality without really suffering from the comparatively low resolution. Oops. And so I use my Wii U as a GBA Ultra, so to speak, quite a bit. Especially the last time I went through Fusion and Zero Mission, which was right before Metroid Dread came out. So, even with the presence of the Switch Online service, I'm kind of tempted to pick up a whole bunch of GBA stuff on Wii U before the shop goes down. Whoops, no. I wanted to fall into that. I didn't expect to trip over the donut block on the side. Zelenka Lario, welcome. Yeah, exactly. The fact that you have button mapping for game and that the button mapping is completely flexible. found, for instance, that even little things like switching L and R over to ZL and ZR, or doubling up on certain button functions that can be quite good. The Wii U got a lot of things right that have not really been duplicated, so... I think it's extremely unfortunate that Miiverse was not something that was tied to a much more successful platform like the Switch, for instance. I think the thing I find about social media integration, for instance, is that while there's a very clear incentive for the games to try to get social media integration to reach new audiences, where, you just want games to be self-advertised by easy-to-make Twitter posts or whatever, which is what people do in Switch. I find in general that, I want to keep video game stuff separate from people who, frankly, don't want to be spammed with it. And I know that people just, generally run a video game exclusive alt account or something on their various networks. But Miiverse was kind of perfect in that your audience for anything you put on Miiverse consisted entirely of other Nintendo people who would actually take an interest, even if you were just kind of total strangers. That the content was consistently relevant to everybody else who was on the platform, pretty much. And then you would have all these features that were tied to specifically tagging posts with data about which level or which area in a game they came from. There's a lot of stuff that was put to use by very few titles. I'm thinking of the leaderboards and stuff like NES Remix 2, for instance, where Miiverse would just kind of automatically tag everything, which level it was achieved in. Did I play your level after Male 64's level? Oh, right, because Roby, you had a queuing area. Sorry, the queuing error earlier, or do you just have to go quickly today? If it's something short, I don't mind putting it in ahead. I know that you tried to put in the queue earlier and that the code failed, right? Let me take a look at where you were. Yeah, because I had you coming in as after Corbinic and before Carspino, I think. So I can move you up one spot, but I think I had you in the chat earlier as submitting the code after Corbinic, so you would be 2 spots after Male, I think. But yeah, I can put you in there since we had the queuing problem, so remind me when we get to you. Anyway. Thank you, Virgin69, for the follow. And let's continue. Yeah, that's the thing. That's... Whoops. Matt the Maker, sorry about that. Let me see if I can revert that. That was not supposed to be wiped. Let me permit your link too. Just give me a moment. And yeah, Male 64 if you're not ready. That's fine too. We can bump you down and arrange things manually when we get to you. If you've got a playtesting copy that you're hanging on to or something. Yeah, thank you for that, Matt the Maker. I don't really tend to click through links while I'm in the middle of playing, but I'll be sure to take a look at that afterwards. Or the clip of the wall jump part. Thanks for submitting that. I should probably put a chat rule warning that the links do kind of get aggressively filtered. And unfortunately, Nightbot doesn't know how to do that without timing you out. Whoops. We should actually wait with the wall slide. That would be the sensible thing to do. We just slide and continue. Which I would have known if I were paying attention instead of talking about Miiverse all day, but... But yeah, I mean, you know, everything with the comment system, the bookmark site, etc. for Maker 1, all of that was just built on the Miiverse infrastructure. And I find that I was much more engaged with things like artwork in Splatoon back then, for instance, because you wouldn't have to tie external accounts to it. And Miiverse is probably one of the better social networks I've used in general, actually. How to think of it. I didn't use it very heavily or anything, but, you know, I actually would post a few things like stat screens or things. Yeah, no, this is just a wall slide. I don't feel like I'm struggling, I'm just not paying attention. Whoops. You don't do a wall slide every time, though. You kind of do a sequence of jumps and then a little bit of a slide to watch the timing. I don't feel like it's particularly difficult. I'm just not quite there yet when it comes to actually navigating it successfully. So let's do it again, and now of course we have the wiggle room to take a hit too. Well, not anymore. Okay, yeah, drop the donuts and then we continue. And we'll just try to... nope, just poorly timed. You watch a streamer ground pound cancel that part. Yeah, that's for people who actually like to do ground pound cancels. I find that when I'm playing in New Soup, I sometimes try to avoid ground pound cancels even if they're marked as the intended thing to do, because I find them incredibly fussy. I mean, I can do them, it's just that it tends to be sloppy enough that I try not to if I can get away with it. But I can totally see why somebody would try to ground pound cancel that if they find that a reliable way to correct their timing, so. Okay, we've got a lot of wiggle room this time, so we could even just damage boost our way up and have no trouble, but whoops. But we'll try to do it properly. Nope. You know what? Let's just go. Look at that. The correct strategy was just keep the mushroom and have no mushroom remaining for this part, so. There we go. And, okay, mushroom is actually going to stay on the platform, which is excellent. Yeah, double twirls usually work, you were saying. I should not have looked over at chat in that moment. That's okay. Look at the angle on this guy. It's such a sharp angle on that particular Photoboo. I guess that's just a function of the slopes that we're setting it up, but also I was totally distracted by that, so. Let's grab the mushroom again. What's my opinion about upside down levels? I don't mind them. I'm not one of those people who will just quit out of them immediately. I find it's difficult to make upside down levels that really make good use of the concept other than just having it throw off your muscle memory and your perception and increasing difficulty. I have seen some creative uses of it, but I can see why that's not very common. And again, I misread one of those Photoboos as going straight up and down when it was actually slightly creeping towards me, and so Threw me off completely there. Once again. Yeah, I've seen some pretty interesting things done with Upside Down before, but they require some out-of-the-box thinking from the maker that most of the other themes don't. At least not to the same degree. Same with things like dark levels. I mean, I'm playing a dark level right now, and I think it benefits greatly, this one, from being a dark level, since it is something that has a very cautious pace to it, and it's still very well lit just from all the fire, right? Like, I don't feel like I've had trouble from not seeing the ground or anything. But it's just dark enough to make you proceed cautiously and force you to really anticipate some of the danger zones. Whoops. Part of it, though, I think, is because I don't play Endless. I really just play curated levels or projects or viewer levels or things by people I trust. And because of that, I play probably a disproportionately high number of makers who are trying to make something mechanically interesting. And so when I do see dark levels or upside down levels or something, they're not just really spammy junk that's trying to deliberately give people a hard time, right? Like, they're actually trying to express something unique. And so, you know, if you're somebody who is playing Endless all the time, I can see why you just
Oh no!
see an upside down level and immediately skip. That's not the case here simply because I don't see nearly as much garbage. Yeah, in some ways, picking up a capture card and starting to stream was the best thing I could possibly have done for my experience of Mario Maker as a player. I find that I'm very fortunate sometimes in the quality of content I see in this game, and that, you know, being able to connect with makers who are actually trying to do something interesting has given me years of additional interest in this game, whereas otherwise I might have just crashed out early. Whoops.
No!
Yeah, we actually had an additional track we could have stood over to the right there. I just didn't read it properly. You use different angle slopes to send them in all directions? Yeah, I can see that. Hence some of the more interesting and really sharp angles that you see from some of what you set up. You don't need to jump at all. Yeah, I should just watch the fire and move forward for that one, but... Oh, nope. Didn't manage to do that. But
Oh no!
we probably could have gone forward a little faster there, but we'll just need to improvise a bit better when it looks like I am about to die. But yeah, a significant part of how people read a level design, it comes down quite a bit to trust, where, you know, people don't play Nintendo levels the way they play Maker levels because they just have a totally different trust relationship with the creator in terms of understanding what they will or won't do. In the same way that, you know, if you're playing troll levels mentally, you're doing something very different from if you're playing something standard. Because you are watching out for completely different kinds of challenges and traps. You know what? Let's just run it. Oh, whoops. That's okay. We are back on our feet. Both of the ending sequences up to checkpoints that we've seen so far
Oh no!
benefit from just taking a mushroom and running. And, I mean, that's fine because it does reward you for keeping the mushroom up to that point. I don't think it's particularly cheesy. I think it just
Oh no!
allows you to have an easy ending if you play better up to that point. But it's the kind of thing that is also naturally well set up for if you wanted some kind of little bonus at the end for a player who is able to do it damageless. It would be a good thing to see. Whoops. I'm going to do that completely blind and get up to a little coin hut over here. Let's just lower as many donut blocks as we can so we can just jump down. Same kind of approach we took with an earlier segment. Whoa, let's watch out here. See, amazing how much better it goes when I pay attention. Love this pattern here. They really do look more like wiggler creatures that just happen to be on fire. I actually love the wings here looking like little feet. They kind of a nice touch aesthetically. Whoops, let's not do that. Okay, there we go. I have to read the semi-solids accurately as boundaries. Yeah, I think the wiggle room that you give people in this level is totally appropriate. But definitely it seems like, you know, something with this sort of level structure, rewarding people for getting through damageless as a tiny little extra bonus would be a neat little cherry on top. Enjoyed playing that though. That was kind of nice as far as dark levels go. Very playable. I didn't feel like I was ever sniped by anything blind. I just had to be somewhat cautious. Very safety tip, do not touch the flames unless, of course, you have a mushroom. In which case you just wind up with lightly toasted mushroom. Anyway, let's... There's a win. Mail64, do you still want me to bump you back one spot? Because if you do, then it's actually Roby who's going to be next. So is that a yes, I should bump? Like, it's okay I should bump, or it's okay I shouldn't bump? You can do yours now. Okay, yeah. And after that will be Roby because the bot failed earlier, and then Caraspino, and then Salincalario. So that will be the order. And looking above at the messages earlier, Roby, you were saying, I see it might sound wrong, but in your opinion, the difficulty matters. Hard levels most of the time are less popular than easy levels. It depends. I think it's more that a lot of people will see darker upside down levels, and either they've had a bad experience with them, or they look at it and say, this is not the kind of difficulty I want to deal with. Because everybody has a kind of difficulty that they enjoy playing against, right? In the same way that I enjoy a lot of puzzle solving, other people enjoy precision, etc. And so you have certain players who will just skip over upside down levels because they will say, I like difficulty, but I don't like this kind of difficulty. And new level's still not ready, but you're still missing a path in the last level, right? Are you talking about Rainbow Crawlers or about Ball Jugglery? I know I saw two paths in Ball Jugglery. I know we saw the main path with the Or rather, the bullet hell path with the spinies in Rainbow Crawlers. I don't know if we missed an additional path here. Rainbow Crawlers. Yeah, we'll take a look. I'll try to do something new that's not the flying spiny path. And yeah, Matt DeMaker, I think, you know, if you're somebody who's mostly coming from having seen a lot of bad levels in those styles, you would just write them off immediately. But again, it's something where you really do have to trust that DeMaker looks like they know what they're doing in that format. Okay, so this is the most standard that we have ever played this level, instead of just poking around at everything. And even so, look at the... Whoops. Can't twirl in this style. Even so, look at the blue pipe up there. That looks like a path that we haven't explored yet, that we might be able to, but currently don't really see a way up there yet, so I'll probably have to spin jump over one of these guys. Okay, so we just passed through here. And that's how you get up to the door. We'll do that. We'll try that path. Also, there's secrets well hidden. Yeah, I'm sure. In previous attempts, we were pretty narrowly focused on the path that would give me the spiny track. We never actually did see this whole left side component here. I think this is a ground block, though. You can't run that. So I think we'd have to transport ourselves there through a door that takes you to the top left, probably. That's a very Maker 1 style of spatial thinking, actually, just to see something latticed out of view and think, okay, I guess we'll just take a door there instead. In fact, you can take a look up here to see what we're dealing with, maybe. On-off switch up there, yeah. And whoops, let's not do that. And, oh, one up over here. Yeah, we've taken the upper path before. We know that it gets you within camera range to operate the vine, so we'll just try to get back to the door, which was what we were trying to do earlier, except now we'll slip into the spikes instead. But yeah, Endless is the kind of thing that I watch other people play. I have no particular interest in playing through it myself. But, you know, for me, discoverability of levels is in far better shape than it would be for someone who just owns Mario Maker independently and has no social connection to any kind of Maker community, right? If you're in that situation and you can't really find levels to play, then yeah, I guess that's what Endless or previously 100 Mario Challenge would have been for, but if you are kind of socially connected to people who are active in Mario Maker, though, there's so much good content that you could be playing instead that unless you're inherently interested in running the numbers up in Endless as a challenge and seeing what you can do with it, and which is the case for a lot of other streamers. Whoops. Totally got caught by that. But yeah, oh yeah, P-Switch also opens up that P-block above the Spiny and Blaster column in the middle. Let's go back there and see what that's all about. Anyway, to finish the thought that I was saying, if you are socially connected to a lot of people who are very active as makers and constantly pushing themselves to make interesting things, then you have so much content to play with that you can expect to be at least pretty reasonable. Yeah, so P-Switch drops this column. That's what it does. Now you kind of have to ask yourself, like, why would you spend your time playing Endless? Right? You really kind of have to enjoy Endless for its own sake, and or enjoy the challenge and accomplishment for its own sake, if you're trying to build up a really good streak or something. So yeah, if we have the P-Switch active and we go back through this door, that should get me into a position where... Whoops, we didn't go quickly enough, but I should have been able to drop the blaster column if we come back here fast. And then that opens up the checkpoint. Also notice that it would come over here quickly, then we get to the door before the Spinies ever become a problem. Seems to be perhaps the better way to do that. Yeah, so the idea here is to go quickly before things spawn, and then we drop down, and then try to keep the P-Switch active for as long as we can before it... Whoops, nope, not fast enough. However, something did get removed. It's just that it will respawn. So, do it again. We'll try to get through that gate and open up the checkpoint immediately. So yeah, you just go quickly enough that spike tops do not bother you too much. There we go. And checkpoint. Fire flower, interesting. We should try to keep it in case we need to punch our way through anything. We won't punch our way through any spike tops, unfortunately, but I kind of wonder if anything will get me up there with a jump. We'll have to check that. Oh, bad idea. I'll switch over here, interesting. And yeah, it can be accomplishing if you get a good score going. And, you know, I do have a certain respect for the skill set of reading an endless level and trying to figure out what it is a totally unknown maker is trying to do to you. The best and most prolific endless players have kind of made an art form out of that, where, you know, they're able to spot cheeses, they're able to spot dev doors pretty quickly, and understand how to play cautiously, understand when a troll is coming. And so definitely as a viewer, I can also see the appeal in watching a really good endless streamer do that, because reading endless really is kind of a skill set in its own right, which is quite distinct, but it's not personally an aspect of the game that I'm all that interested in playing. So yeah, a really good endless streamer can be a lot of fun to watch for sure. There are many like that in the community. Let's go this way. Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't too deeply invested in the Mii costumes. Okay, we'll hit the on-off switch and then let's see what happens from there. Guess we'll just open up a totally separate path, and not like anything is dropping on your head, you just kind of weave your way around. Then transform the main part of the level in some way that we're about to discover. As a numbers game, it's nearly impossible to reach medal status in Endless. You need to play more than 40 a day in 2022. Interesting. So what do we even accomplish with that on-off switch? I guess I don't really know. But anyway, here's the goal. Saw a totally different path. I think pretty much everything we saw was not redundant with the last time I played the level, so hopefully that was useful. Anyway, we played it before, we liked it before. Thank you for that, Mail64. As I said before, we'll try to get Roby's code in first, because the bot failed to take it earlier. And then Caraspino, you will be right after that. So Roby, if you're here, do give me a code, otherwise we'll move on to the queue as the bot perceives it. I couldn't reach the end without the switch. Right, okay. As like Lario, you say you often like playing the opposite on expert, one shot or nothing. So yeah, which, you know, would require, I guess, some instinct when it comes to skipping or not skipping. And yeah, Roby Angel, I mean, you know, most of level design is kind of a psychological guessing game anyway. Things like troll levels make that very obvious, but it's true even of very standard platformers where you're trying to guess ahead of time how people will read secret paths or techniques that you're signaling or anything like that. And the only way that you can really see that properly tested is to watch a player go through it, which is why live streaming is such a natural fit for Mario Maker specifically. So, did I enter this correctly? I not M. Or L not M? Which one? Because I see two M's there. I don't know which M you're talking about. You might want to just correct the whole thing. After S, okay. Maybe your former code was fine all along and Warp World just kicked it out because of a similar typo. Anyway, Celestial Gardens. Recreation of NSMB2. Level with some changes. I don't know if I'll remember it from NSMB2. I did play it to 100% once many years ago. We were just talking about that earlier, in fact, when talking about the Impossible Pack. But we'll see what you did with it, and it will be a collect coins clear condition. Okay. So it's going to be an at least 112 coins, not a collect all, so we'll see how much flexibility we have. Oops. We probably should have taken a shelter here, but it's okay. Oh! Auto scroll, let's not take too long there. I was trying to spin jump out of there on a chomp, but we were already off camera at that point. Well, since we don't know how much wiggle room we have, let's just grab everything. Okay, we won't be able to get everything, I don't think, but the PAL will be able to drop the coins for us. And we just need to wall jump out of that. Whoops. That's not going to be great. Oh, we just stand here and not catch nearly as many coins as I would like. Whoop. That was slightly disastrous, but we're at 52 out of 112. I have 100 extra coins. Okay, that's a lot of wiggle room, but we were playing the second parts in such a sloppy fashion that it was missing a ton of stuff, so let's go back here and try again. Yeah, NSMB2 should have been a Wario Land game. That would make a lot of sense. Oops. We should actually ground pound as much as possible and hit POWs as much as possible, obviously, even though we just destroyed all of the coins I wanted to pick up. Oh, okay. Right, because the continuous ground pound doesn't work in this game like it does in actual NSMB. Right? Or... should it? Anyway, squirrel. That was kind of risky going off screen with the squirrel like that. I was hoping that it would make it up to the clouds. First thing I played when Game Boy on Switch launched a few weeks ago, in fact, was 6 golden coins. I understand Wario Land 3 is there as well, and I know one of the other streamers was... one of the other Maker streamers was playing that. I think Chichiri was working on that for a bit. Okay, yeah, no, of course the ground pound works, it's just that it was off-center. We've done it so many times in other levels that I was kind of surprised to see it not happen, but I guess I was just out of alignment. It was actually one of the very first things I noticed about NSMB on a DS when it first came out. Oh. It was a very stylish way of jumping up to the chomp. We totally missed a 10 coin on the left though, and of course we didn't escape that properly. Yeah, when NSMB originally came out on a DS, the first thing I noticed was just how many of the 3D series mechanics it incorporated. For the very first time, things like ground pounds in particular. Wow. Oh, probably the semi-solid, just bracing that, maybe. Fun. What's going on here? Why am I not getting the continuous ground pound? Seem to be working too reliably for me today. I don't quite know what's going on here. You do need to be big, that's right. I didn't even think about that. No, you're absolutely right. I didn't even consider that. It's good that I'm reviewing that kind of thing, because you never know when it's going to pop up as a little obscure puzzle solution or something. Well, that's an incentive to keep the mushroom then, after we pick one up. Get out of there while we're at it. Oops. Speaking of keeping the mushroom. Oh, I was trying to jump out of that. That did not work. Okay. Yeah, considering how much of this game I've played, it's remarkable how many mechanics I just forget sometimes when I'm playing on stream. When we're in the moment. Yeah, that was played kind of poorly. We do want to move up to the squirrel suit as soon as we can, though. I think that was rather significant. And we did manage to pick it up on one of our previous attempts. Yeah, Street Pass was great. It's just that every time you took Street Pass out with you to a massive event or public space where you would get tons of hits, it would just drain your battery like crazy. But I enjoyed Street Pass quite a bit, and I did lug my 3DS to major event spaces specifically for that. It's kind of too bad it just capped you at 10 other people at a time, because, you know, at a major event, if you're in a space where you're likely to get 10 hits on Street Pass, you're also likely to get probably, you know, 50 hits on Street Pass. It's just that you would have to cycle through them, and drain your entire 3DS battery in the space of an hour. Okay, here we go. It wasn't great if you didn't live in a populated area. Well, it was fantastic if you were traveling, actually. If you go to one theme park, you suddenly fill in all kinds of countries and states and territories all at once. I found that one of the most memorable experiences I had with Street Pass was, in fact, when I went to one of my first live esports events. Not one of my first, but one of the really big ones. As I was attending things like StarCraft tournaments back at the height of StarCraft 2. Yeah, so this was a challenge to wall jump around and maybe make it up top. We didn't make it, so we'll just grab the bottom of the flag instead. And yeah, in some ways you could say that it was maybe Japan-centric, or at least Europe-centric in some ways, but it wasn't too difficult to find events where Street Pass would just fill up instantly. And for a while, Nintendo had these installations in things like major airports that would basically work as Street Pass hubs, where they would kind of create a buffer of Street Pass hits that they would then feed into your system, right? So they had a couple of major airports that would work as service points like that, where you didn't necessarily need to have live, immediate contact with another user. Worked great in Paris? Yeah, I imagine it would. So yeah, I took mine, I think, to an esports event once. I wish I had it on me when I went to some other things like video game music concerts, for instance. Those were replete with people pulling out their 3DSs back when 3DS was at its peak. Thank you very much, Roby, and thank you to the next person in queue, Caraspino, for waiting for that, because I know it didn't make it in the bot. Bumped you back one spot, so we'll get you in right away. And the queue is light enough today that I haven't really even bothered to close it. Do let me know if you have a particular level that you want me to play. See a precision one here. Over 1% though. I see a Kaizo one here. Not over 1%. Platformer with one checkpoint that is very popular. We might do that one. And similar situation here. Yeah, do let me know if you have a preference. And if not, we will just pick something. We'll probably just pick the big one over here. The Nuevo Comienzo. Restart difficulty, one checkpoint. Probably just do it. I know it's not the most recent one, but if I get to pick, I'll pick this. And yeah, as Link Lario, it's something that we're totally able to do today if you have multiple submissions. I mean, probably able to stay long enough that I might be able to get through a few. We've had a pretty good mix of difficulty today, too. Like, everything has been relatively gentle, but sometimes they take too long, so... Yeah, and actually, even that precision one that we saw on your list, if it's over 1%, it's probably not too bad, even though, as we discovered earlier in this stream, when any kind of precision is involved, I tend to underperform the clear rate. Nice little bit there with Muncher Snack. This has been really readable, this one. that's an easy jump. I should not have failed, but... Yeah, interesting setups, very blind-friendly level. I usually don't like there to be too much visual clutter from things like markers, but I think this one has just the right amount to keep you oriented on a blind read without looking too noisy, so... And things like the power throw into the muncher stack, that was a neat little moment as well, because, you know, when you see something like that in your head, you're thinking, okay, this is how the muncher stack works, right? That's definitely got to be the target. You just have a moment to sort of process that while you're waiting for the action to actually happen. Let's go left, right. Works very smoothly. Okay, let's not fail this jump. Nope, not far enough. I wanted a full throw to the right, and I totally missed that. Zelengtalario, the one you sent will probably be enough for you, and then it's bedtime. Yeah, that's fine if we empty out the queue at that point. Then we empty the queue, and... I usually like to run viewer levels for about 3 to 4 hours anyway. In reality, it doesn't always turn out that way, because we might have something that I stick with for far too long. But I think we've actually cleared everything so far today. We didn't fail on anything. I guess everybody's been gentle to me today, so. Which is good, because I do like a challenge, but I've not been playing very much Mario Maker lately, and you need to get warmed up again first. Mainly because I had been so focused on Fire Emblem for the past 2 months, but now that is out of the way for now. And we can get back to jumping on things. I also really got back into Hollow Knight off stream. I haven't been streaming it, but because I knew I wanted to play it again at some point before Silksong, which didn't exactly set any kind of strict deadline. And then I, you know, just finally had an itch to start a brand new file and just play it all over again for the first time in several years recently, and I just completely got sucked into it again, because that's the kind of game that Hollow Knight is. It's actually even better than I remembered in some ways, which is astonishing given that I remembered it to be more or less a masterpiece, so not a term I use lightly. But yeah, it's been mostly Fire Emblem for the past 2 months. I've been streaming it in the middle of the week and only really doing Mario Maker or viewer levels on weekends. Previously, I mostly did Mario Maker through the week several times. You know, a mix of platforming, puzzles, etc. But lately, Mario Maker's just been my viewer levels break from calculating tactics all week, so... 64 sending me Mecha Infected Sky, looking forward to that. Depending on how late you can stay, in fact, if you have multiple paths for me to route through, we can really kind of take our time on it later if it's our closing level. But we'll see if anybody else drops by, because there's usually a bit of a boundary where, you know, the North America people leave and the Europe people show up. There's a point in my stream usually when you can detect the transition. So sometimes we get a second burst of levels late in the stream, but not always. You don't think I played that one? Yeah, it does not sound familiar. I know I was a little bit behind on some of your recent creations anyway. Let's clean this up. It's an oldie. Oops. Killed the clown car? That's fine. Wasn't our friend anymore. Anyway. Kind of interesting how Bowser Jr. has just totally inherited the clown car as a central part of his character's identity. Okay, not quite getting the momentum off that bounce yet. We had been failing on the same bounce at the end, usually because I've lost too much momentum while correcting towards the landing. We'll fix it. Whoops. And give ourselves more headroom off the vine. As Link Lario, I actually kind of changed time zones mid-year from time to time, so I don't have a very consistent answer to that, but... Oh look, we actually left the Muncher alive and went over it anyway. But I've always been extremely nocturnal anyway, no matter which time zone I'm in, so... these days, however, I mean, when I first started this stream, I actually used to run streams that were sometimes twice a day, like 12 hours apart. I can't do that anymore because I basically stream at this hour because it is the only time slot that really exists for me anymore when it comes to playing video games. Because I've just got too much stuff during the day now, but... I've always preferred the overnight shift anyway for anything, be it work or school or anything else. So, works fairly well for me. The main thing it has affected being that there were a lot of streamers I used to watch that I can't watch anymore because it is now my time to stream. So. Sounds like the answer was snowbird. Well, don't snowbirds go north and south rather than east and west? I mean, I guess it depends on the climate in the country, but... Okay. But yeah, there's some possibility that I'll be changing time zones again later this year. Probably sometime after Zelda, though, which... is the kind of thing where I don't think I'm necessarily even thinking in terms of months of the year. There's... like, right now we're in the period that's post-Fire Emblem and before Zelda, and then there's going to be another period that's, you know, post-Zelda, where that's just the calibration by which I'm organizing my sense of 2023. Partly because I remember just how much Breath of the Wild just took over my life for a full month back when it released with the Switch. Picked it up day one on my Switch. Just kind of dropped most of the things I was doing and lived inside it for a few weeks. Nothing stops you from going BC to Florida, yeah, except... I don't know. BC doesn't get that cold, though, right? Well, depending on where you are, like if you're deep interior BC or something, but... like if you're going, I don't know, Vancouver to Miami or something, you're really just trading clammy rain for extremely humid rain. Orcas for alligators. Whoops. I don't know why I keep fluffing that throw. We do need to lean forward into that throw, and I think it's that I'm leaning into an up diagonal when I'm jumping, and it's throwing me off. So, a little bit more finesse on a D-pad here, and we should be able to fix that up. That's almost certainly what's going on. I think I'm kind of pressing an up diagonal instead of holding right, and therefore not throwing accurately. Should be. There we go, much better. It's a straightforward throw. That's everything we need. Now, this part here, we need to watch out for momentum. There we go. Nope, because we need to hit a switch that's buried under the blade over there. Okay. That's why Arizona is great. Not much rain on the surface of the sun. Wow. I remember once I went to Arizona for an event many, many years ago. And obviously it being Arizona, you know, if you're getting drinking water into a hotel, you're going to get bottled water and it's going to be extremely expensive. The heavily coveted item, but also an essential good that you absolutely need to have, where this arrived at my hotel and I was thinking, I'm totally being exploited for this massively overpriced bottle of water, but there's just no avoiding it, right? Like, you pay or you die. You rise like Phoenix, Arizona from the ashes. Famous for being the opening location of the film Psycho. Probably some other things too. But... over to the... Wait. Oh, okay, there's just a platform to the right side of the wall. You launch the thwomp, hit the on-off switch, and you race over there. You don't even need to race over there. The thwomp just gets trapped in position, so there's no particular time pressure. CP, yeah, it took me way too long considering that it was not really difficult. I just wasn't playing well. Okay. Nice thwomp timing over there, totally threw me off almost. Catch the clown car, very satisfying. This whole sequence here. Okay. Over to Yoshi, and then over here. Look at that, that made up for lost time. Considering how badly I played the first half, that went really smoothly from checkpoint on. That's where the show Millennium happens. I don't think I know that. 64. At least it doesn't ring a bell, but... What happens in Arizona doesn't necessarily stay in Arizona, but anyway. Thank you for that, Carspin. So it is Carspin, right? Just Carspin O. And yeah, thanks for submitting that. We'll mark that as a win. And yeah, post-checkpoint worked out really well. Anyways, like Lario, you said you just had the one level for me today. That's fine. We will do that. Best of luck out there. I guess we'll find out. Oh, right, this one. Yeah, we'll do it. And given that we're near the end of the current queue, I'll try to stick with it a little longer this time. I remember I felt like I was making progress with this last time, and it was just very early in the stream, and we wanted to move on to the queue, so we'll stick with it. We'll try to relearn it from scratch and see how we do. No, I remember this one. I don't remember the specifics, but I remember the concept. And that it was a fairly interesting one, too. Okay. Fire to the left. Whoop. And then, yeah, floating to the right. While the detached booze try to give you a bit of a fright. Oh yeah, there's that one-way panel that totally throws me off. And we also didn't make it far enough to the right. Okay. I did try this before. I don't mind trying it again. We didn't clear it. I don't remember where we stopped. Oop, gotta watch out for... Oops. Okay, this bit where you circle around... You have to circle around to the left and probably hit the Magic Koopa, right? And then head to the right after that. Yeah, I don't remember what the solution to that circuit was. I do remember seeing that, though. We also totally missed. And we do need to hit every single one of them for the clear condition. Yeah, now that I look at this, I vaguely remember getting decently far, but consistently missing one of the late Magic Koopas, I think. We must have gotten definitely over halfway. And this being a clear condition level, obviously no checkpoint. So we'll just have to hit every target and see how we manage. Yeah, I don't remember how to read the little loop-to-loop segment later on, but we'll totally miss once again. Oh, that's okay, Zlenclario. I'll try to figure it out. I mean, you can try to describe it, but I don't mind trying to figure it out. Whoops. Okay, that's okay. We'll shoot left again to hit that guy. Right, because you kind of need to fire left and then loop around. I think you actually needed Dry Bones to get back up on his feet. Like, you need a particular sequence that allows the Dry Bones enough time to revive. Totally missed. Yeah, because I think I needed to land in a particular pattern that would allow me to fire left and then have the left side Dry Bones available as my landing point after I've done that little loop. So we can't just pop the left side one and immediately try to go left because we just won't have a landing point from there. We'll need to find another way. Nope, wrong way. Shot accuracy leaving much to be desired. You know, firing early for number 2 was something I just tried there, and it seems to work well. We just need to stick the landing afterwards. The idea is to read the indicators in order 1, 2, 3. Yes, I actually remember that now that you mention it. I think I had figured that out last time. It took me a while, but that sounds familiar. And we missed again. That's okay, we'll practice even if we do miss. So we can see if we can hit the later hotspots, even if we miss several of them in a row. Yeah, I see it. It's middle, left, right. Yep. No, I definitely remember that now. That's something that we had figured out before. And I think I'd reasoned my way to that in much the same fashion, that I realized I absolutely must have a landing point on the left if I'm supposed to get out of that trap, so... Whoops. Wow, what That landing, that was very unfortunate. Whoops. Yeah, no, I just messed that up at the last moment when it was aiming for the landing. In one of the earliest things I created in Maker 2, I also kind of set up a bit of a puzzle boss that had like a very clearly marked 1, 2, 3 on it, where I used tracks to just mark 1, 2, and 3, and I remember looking at it and thinking, wow, this is just way too obvious just to say 1, 2, 3 to the player and expect them to do it. And in practice, when I saw people play it, it was not obvious at all, so... I don't know if you expected that to be easier to read than I made it look, but it works. This works after you learn how to pay attention and reason your way to what moves are even possible here. Let's just shoot that if we can now. We do need to actually hit it accurately. No. Didn't sustain that long enough. Now, because I do want the time to actually work on this, and probably look at the playtest for L64 afterwards, I am going to close queue in a couple of minutes, so for anybody who wants to submit or resubmit, this will be last call. We'll give it more attempts, we'll close queue, and then we will continue on this, because I would like to work on it. Sometimes it's impressive to watch just how blind some players are. Oh, absolutely. Of course, so you see a lot of players blind to the same thing, and sooner or later you have to wonder if it's the level that is tricking them out. Nope, we needed to weave to the left first before we bought that. Go 1, we go left, we hit, we go back to number 2. Right over his head every time. Okay. Okay. Very nice of that Magic Koopa to give me a mushroom that I totally can't reach. We also fluttered way too early that time. Oops. It will catch this guy on the other side, or perhaps not. Anyway, whoops. It's okay, just a lot of little things to sort out as we make our way over. Whoops. Really mostly an exercise in switching between buttons quickly enough. Which I guess is what a lot of platforming is anyway. Okay. Set up that shot. No, too much of a setup. We have a problem if I do things that way, which is that I lose too much movement going from left to right. If we try to catch that Magic Koopa on a delayed shot to make up for a miss. Actually, it does get me into some trouble. Yeah, the trouble it gets me into is that I don't cover enough distance. We do need to hit that accurately as soon as possible. Or it spoils the entire landing following that. Anyway, let's try it again. Okay, that was... Whoop! I was about to say the word accurate, but that would not be accurate. Okay, you just need to lean into some of these jumps. Nope. Surprisingly difficult to time a shot when you're near the top of a flutter, because you have to deal with that additional variance to Yoshi's movement. You know what? Why didn't we just high bounce that way to begin with? Oops, no. So many different things to manage with the landings. Okay. Nope. Missing every single shot. That guy. Okay, let's skip this and just see what's ahead. Right, because these two, you kind of had to bounce on top of both dry bones in the middle to shoot on either side. I think we actually had gotten that far previously. Common thing you hear from streamers is that watching your shot and watching your feet at the same time is tricky, yeah. I don't know if it's necessarily even a visual thing for me, it's actually just a matter of control. But I can see why that would also be what people struggle with, if it's more the perceptual rather than the mechanical thing. That I don't actually have a good sense of the height of Yoshi's spit when he's in the middle of a flutter. That seems to be the much bigger problem for me in some ways. Just poor perception of... Oh, yeah, no. And we have to go down first before we flutter. Missed that top shot anyway. After this segment we would be at 6, and so we've got a long ways to go yet. I have a vague memory of probably getting up to 8 or 9 on this one at least, but it was already after some practice and fluency. Look at that, missing both shots. One too low, one too high. Okay, here we go. Nope. That was a moment where it was actually difficult to watch the shot and watch your feet. So, on that particular occasion, I can see why players are reporting that as being one of the central points of difficulty here. Unfortunately, cheesing this by trying to go to the vines on the left will not accomplish anything. Rammers, welcome. Rammers, you got in just before last call, which is excellent. Looking forward to whatever you sent me here today. It's been a while. Oh, it would have been interesting if that mushroom actually did get dumped on me. Not that it would have helped if we lose Yoshi at any point. Because if you do get a mushroom dump on you, then it would actually just create more problems because of lack of headroom. But given that you need Yoshi no matter what. So yeah, Remmers, I'm glad you got in because it will probably be the last one I take in the queue today. But queue is short enough right now that I'm not going to enforce that too strictly. Okay, go. Nope, too low. Yeah, the flutter pattern is something I just have a lot of trouble estimating sometimes because, you know, there's that little bit of lag time before it activates. At least it seems so. And yeah, we just missed a shot once again, even hit the Koopa. Nope, fluttered too early. Okay, up we go. Nope. Just trying to go down here, and unfortunately that didn't work. Yeah, the boos are stacked in such a way that they will peel Yoshi off of you if you try to land at any point, so... There we go. That's actually correct. That's not correct because we need to go over before the flutter. But 8 out of 13, that's a new record here for the moment. We do need to be attentive now to when not to flutter. As once you get past 5 or 6, that's going to become one of the key challenges. Knowing when to flutter must be saved. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately no opportunity to just get a shot on the left there, because if we did, and if we were accurate, that shortcuts those two in the top significantly if you don't need to do the double shot from the dry bones. I don't know if that works, or if there's something else preventing that, but we'll try it. Whoop, that's a miss. Boos are just one of the few things Yoshi can understand on ignore bounce off, yeah. Which is why they work here. Very well. Nope, totally missed that shot. Okay, we'll try to practice this. And yeah, just a little too late on all of those. I am going to close the queue at this point. We are going to continue with this level. But we just want to make sure that I can get through everybody who remains. Just give me one moment while I just update my stream information. Then we'll get right back into it. Okay. Getting Getting a little more fluent on some of the early stuff. Not totally accurate, but... difficult trick, but managed to do it. Yeah, the problem with switching to a shot over there is that it does totally throw off your flutter, so it does strongly discourage you from trying to do it that way. I think we should maybe try to do it as marked, or we try to shortcut that with anything fancy. But the more consistent we can get with that central trick on the 1, 2, 3 section, better off we will be. No. You need to go straight over with a full jump. But with a full jump, though, you don't hold too long into the flutter, so you do kind of need to full jump over the boop, but then let go, which is not the easiest thing to time, because you do have to have a good sense of holding for as long as possible before the flutter is activated, and so you do need to know the timing very well for that. Trying to save that with a shot to the left, but we actually missed everything, so that was not going to go well regardless. Let's try it again. Sometimes when the bounces do line up nicely, you can tell immediately. Whoops, nope. So again, trying to repress to activate the flutter, but there does seem to be a little bit of a minimum state transition from the flame to the flutter, and so we get caught up in that from time to time. I mean, it may just be physically, it's difficult for a player to switch inputs at that point. Oh, it managed to save that. Nope. That was just a missed shot. We should have been able to get that. Look at a smiley face to the right of that with the saw blade over the coins acting as the clown nose. We should be at 8 out of 13 after that trick, though, and then about 5 to go after that. If we go with 8 out of 13, that seems to be correct. And we can't just shoot that one right away. We do need to jump up, shoot it, and then dip down. Whoops, and then we fluttered too early. So. Then missed. Should be 8 out of 13 going out of the first segment, though, and we just... even if we start missing, we should try to get to the second segment platforming-wise so we can practice it. Yeah, let's never mind the shots for the moment. Let's just try to get back over to the second segment so we can see it properly for practice purposes. And we'll totally fail to do that, so... but that should be the game plan if we miss a shot, is that we'll just keep going, because I do need to learn the second part, and that's the most efficient way to get to it. Nope, bad landing. right and then left on that segment there seems to be most natural, though, in terms of lining up the jumps and the follow-ups. Whoops. Nope. Didn't quite work. Interestingly enough, though, if you do snipe both of them, theoretically you could ditch Yoshi and still make it to the pipe, but the problem is that you still need Yoshi alive in the second segment, and you don't get a second chance to pick him up, so... Okay. Right. And left. Thank goodness for the flutter there, saving me into the pipe. Okay, so we need to shoot, and then we do not repress jump until we are low enough for the dip. Nope. Just missed every shot. We're getting fairly close to the end, though. That accounts for 11 out of 13 already. We had hit every target up to that point, so... looking more and more plausible. Especially because we were getting that trick down finally. Eight out of 13 is on par. Once again. And once again, that's going to be a really high jump, a maximal jump. And that's a central technical challenge of this level, not just coordinating the shooting, but also just understanding when to let up on a jump, such that you get full height without fluttering too soon. Not something that is often tested in Mario Maker, and which is why, from a muscle memory perspective, and it feel pretty unfamiliar. Whoop. Nope. Needed the highest jump possible to get a first shot. Okay, we're getting up to about 10 out of 13 at this point, so... Nope. Kept missing the one on the left. Okay. Nope, didn't want to hit that one too soon. Fortunately, that's going to be it for that attempt. I know I said something earlier about just continuing and practicing, but you need to practice these early shots too. I don't think it's just that it's rare tech. I actually think that sometimes these clear rates are also skewed down because the technical challenge here is accessible enough to people that they are willing to retry quite a bit. Like, even somebody who's kind of a bog standard traditional player would be more motivated to retry on this level than they would be on something like a Kaizo level. So sometimes things like Kaizo and Precision actually have a bit of an artificial uptick in their clear rates because it's pretty clear what kinds of players will just give up on them immediately. And sometimes you can see clear rates that seem to be deflated simply because players who normally can't clear something of that clear rate remain motivated for longer than they are usually accustomed to. So I could potentially see that being the case with this one simply because the actual technique involved is very easily understandable. It's not something that is as technically specific as a shell jump, or at least it doesn't seem to be, because it's, you know, not something that's foreign to players who have only played more standard fare. Yeah, because the thing about mistakes is that they always seem just slightly out of reach of being corrected, where you kind of know you have the technique to do it, and which makes it worth retrying, even if you are doing fairly poorly. So that's a good place for a level to be in. As I often say, I think one of the hardest things to do in Mario Maker and in level design generally is, can you make something fun for people who are not able to clear it? And can you convey the sense that, oh, I can't beat this, but I'm having lots of fun trying? It's a very difficult thing to do. Much more so than people realize, and it's much more important to level design than people realize, to think about difficulty in that way. Way? Let's go up. Nope. I like that I have a second chance at some of these. Not all of them, but enough to make a difference. Nope, that was a poor jump. I was too far left on a dry bones to begin with. It's not going to happen. It's getting a lot better. Whoa, that was a close call. Whoa. It was somewhat less than a close call, in fact, by the time it was finished with us. Surely we can do better than that. Famous last words. Whoa, close call there. Six out of 13, we're in pace. Oh, bad landing. Ideally, we get the shot on the left before we get into a flutter. Always very tempting to flutter before the shot, simply because it looks like it gives you a window to refine your aim. Kind of like, I don't know, putting up a scope or iron sights or something. We missed that one, so never mind. But in reality, it just kind of becomes a bad habit where you know, try to stabilize your aim all the time, and there are a few sequences here that really don't let you do that. Still not a clean shot on the left side one there, but we made it. Whoa. Well, unfortunately, that doesn't quite work, but... Okay, 3 shots at the very end, and we probably need a triple shot off of the, Yeah, that's what it is at the very end, to take the 3 remaining Magic Koopas to get us to 13 out of 13, is that you need to keep the Fire Flower, and then you do the spread shot at the marker, and you should be able to get them all. If that's all there is to the level, I think we might be able to do it, so... In fact, I actually wonder, if you miss the last shot, whether you can re-enter the blue pipe and still set it up. Didn't look at it carefully enough to determine if that's the case, but we should definitely consider that even if it looks like we're failing the shot. Whoops. But if that's all there is to the level, I think we are potentially within reach. We got further than ever before, jump-wise, on the previous attempt, and so that was just, you know, the natural failure that's going to come from the first blind read, when you don't know what's coming. Okay, here we go. Let's try to do this cleanly. Oh, no. And just flubbed the second jump there when I was trying to see whether we were going to be on target. Not that I have a chance to correct it even if we're not on target, so I should just fire and roll with it. Oh, nope. Bit of a brain fart there. Yeah, goal on the screen. Well, I don't know. I don't think it counts if you haven't cleared the condition yet. It's only a theoretical goal at that point. Oops. Yeah, it's a pretty well implemented concept, though, with the blue stacks acting as the enforcement mechanism, along with the clear condition itself, of course. I still wonder if there's anything that's exploitable if you do pick up an errant mushroom that's been created by Magic Koopa, but you basically need to, you know, drop Yoshi and then take damage, lose the mushroom, and then get back onto Yoshi while you have invincibility frames. Reclaim him, and then maybe there's something cheesable with that, but it's hard to see what that would be, given that you need Yoshi in play for every shot through the wall. Condition met or not, few people have reached the goal room on this one. Well, I mean, it's probably because it's such a high bounce near the end. Let's get the pattern right on the jump. After you hit about 10 out of 13. Oops. And we've been working at it, so... Moreover, the 1, 2, 3 segment that we were struggling with earlier seems to have gotten significantly more consistent. Which simply means that we've had far more attempts on the final room available to retry and practice. still don't quite like my shot to the left there in terms of always depending on fluttering first in order to line it up. I think we can do that a lot cleaner, but we'd have to prove it. As much as like to see a Triumph here, you better pack it in and go to bed. Well, we're going to stick with it since I'm close enough. So if you do see a notification that I've cleared it, you can check the VOD. If you don't see a notification that I've cleared it, then you're always welcome to send it again. What I might do if you take off is I might get to the other people in queue first, and then I'm going to close the stream by going back to this. So if you don't see me get clear right away, if coming back to this video, then check at the end, because I might actually do that since we're not locked past a checkpoint. We'll not keep the other people in queue waiting. We'll spin them in right away, but then we'll come back to this to finish it. It's our final accomplishment of the day. But I'll do a few quick attempts on this first since we're close enough to break through. Out of 13, that looks good. I want to keep him some momentum while we're still familiar with what's going on here. Oh no, bad bounce there. Could have been a high bounce. So yeah, that'll be the plan. We'll do a few attempts on this. We'll go to Mill 64 and then we'll go to Rammers. And then we'll come back to this on the assumption that we will not clear it very, very soon. The fact that I made it back to the final room already is a fairly auspicious sign. Oops, totally missed that shot. Fired that shot in the first place. The level is short? Yeah, we'll see if I can put in one more decent attempt that gets me to the second room on this one, maybe, and then we'll switch to you. We might not even take that long, in fact. We might just switch to you pretty soon. So, oops. In fact, this is a good time to do that. Just give my hands a break. So we'll just, yeah, we'll keep this in the queue and just pop it back a spot, and we'll put Rammers ahead of it as well. And let me see if I can just rotate things in the proper order. And my hands could use a break from it momentarily. That's a lot of fluttering that psychologically just gets me to really lean into the button presses. Mecha Infected Sky. Oh, we did finish this previously. I don't know if there's an alternate route that you wanted me to look at. You can also see if there's anything else in your list that we missed, if it's not this one. We might have played it a long, long time ago. Unless I didn't play it on stream, it's entirely possible that I might have just played it off stream and you've never seen it, but... And because it's old enough that that's entirely possible. Getting further in, though, we've not done any of the early 2020 stuff. Yeah, we might have played some of this before I ever started streaming, in fact, if I was browsing your levels independently. So if there's anything in particular you want to see, we can do it. We can certainly do this one as well, because I'm not certain I would remember it anyway, so... If you don't have an alternative to suggest, we'll just play it. We'll take a look. Yeah, entirely possible that I just never played this on stream. And, oh, look at that. We can probably dump something here. Come on, dump something here. There we go. And look at that, it pops back up. Very stylish. Fire Flower will do absolutely nothing for me here. Apart from take some extra punishment. I'm guessing I can't actually enter that pipe. However, if something jumps, we can totally miss it as it parachutes down. We'll just let it walk off, and the idea will be to get a high bounce up to the pressure block if we can. Wow, that parachute really throws me off. There we go. There we go. And of course, no real convenient location to build P-Speed here, but whoops. Like I was saying, no real convenient location to build P-Speed. Seems like a setup to specifically deny that back. It's okay, we can come back here and try it again. Yeah, I tell myself that something is unlikely to happen and try it anyway. Anyway, let's come over here. And then, oh, that looks full of possibility, probably because we're supposed to bounce on one of these as we... You know what, you can actually even tap this. Oops. This is evidently the way to go, so let's... Oops. No, we'll just watch the timing. Just dump keys, in fact. Not quite. Oops. I can actually get P-Speed, but it's complicated. Yeah, we'll try to keep it uncomplicated. Amazing how the parachutes can just totally throw off my sense of timing. Maybe there's a better route over there. For example, if you just grab a mecha and put it here and let it wake up and then jump on top. I don't know if it gives you enough height, but like we'll just dump it on top here. See what happens. Oh, whoops. There we go. Not quite. However, you can get this. Oh, whoops. You know what? We don't even need the leaf for that. We can just try it again. Worst case, we'll just move the red mecha. Whoops. Or the green mecha just bumps me off. Actually, the better idea there probably is to just move the red mecha. I mean, I know that probably plan A there is supposed to be to jump off the one that springs up in the air after the pipe, but this one right here. But we never keep things quite so simple. It obviously gives you plenty of height to work with, we just can't do it. Whoa. Man. Taking some bad bounces along the way. Okay. Nope. Late. Well, we got part of it. That's okay, we'll just try to do the red mecha method again, just to see if it works. We'll dump it over here, in fact. Should give me plenty of space to work with. The fire from here? As it will. There we go. Very clean. That part, anyway. And we even get P-Speed there if we really want. Oh, Green pipe, interesting. We didn't see what that was all about. Let me take a look at more info here. Yeah, it's possible, as I was saying, that I never did play this on stream, so... I mean, the only thing I can see is that the yellow pipe earlier on could have been entered. I suppose if we took a leaf and floated our way there, that would have been possible. Unless you are supposed to just fly your way up to the green pipe by building P-Speed up top. And you just fly above the gold card. I kind of want to try it, since this will be quick. Since we haven't tanked the clear rate enough. And yeah, nothing there. Hypercat. Okay, good. I didn't actually close? Oh yeah, I guess I didn't. Yeah, Hypercat will actually rotate you up one spot because I put a level that we were partly working on and abandoned early at the end of the queue. So you will actually be in position 2. And then now I'm actually going to close. I just forgot to use the close command when I said I closed earlier. There we go. Glad you got yours in. We do have time for it, so... Whoops. We will be able to play it. I know you've been trying to catch me with your level for a little bit of time now, so... I'm glad to do it. I'll do this one, Remmer's, and then yours. Fireflower there. We don't touch the stuff. Okay, let's try the red mecha method again. Let's try to do it without losing anything, and then we're going to build up P-Speed at the end. You know what? Checkpoint. We'll do it from there. That was not the best demonstration of finesse. Whoops, wrong way. I mean, we should just try to land on this thing, but... Yeah, this is gonna be a weird bounce, though. I guess you would need to bounce off something that's in the middle of jumping off. Yeah, that doesn't work. It might work theoretically, but I don't like it. I think we'll just try to fly up to the green pipe if we can. Since this is an old one, the alternate path isn't the fastest. Yeah. Keep that in mind. Okay. Just stomp the red mecha immediately. Oh, no, I didn't want to whip it. That's okay, we'll respawn it. It's very unfortunate. I will land it here. Nope. I said land it, not throw it. Okay. Of course, it's always when we try to resume the dash that we get into all kinds of trouble with the Boontail, because... Alright. Come on. Fire at me. Please. Here we go. Okay, then we'll build a P-Speed, we'll fly out of here. We'll try to fly into the green pipe without hitting the gold card. Nope. Been too long in the air. I mean, or we could always just fly back to the yellow pipe. That is also possible. Given that the yellow pipe is directly to the left of the top area. We're going to try it. I know I'm taking a while with this one, but we have to see whatever it is you put in here. I don't think there's enough time to go back. Let's see about that. Oh, that's okay. We'll grab this over here and go for the leaf. Yeah, that's true. It is quite far, actually, to get back to this pipe. We just need to fly better to try to sneak over the goal. Okay. Probably wasn't easier way to build P-speed. Nope. This happens so often. We just try to resume a dash and whip everything in sight. Such a bad habit with both this and the cape. On flight power-ups, you'll notice this is something that the Acorn suit does not do. Whoops, lost the leaf. Let's try it again. Okay. Or, you know, we could just let this guy walk off and bounce up to yellow, but he wants to do things that way. Much too straightforward. Okay, we will not whip this guy. Let's try to get a fire words. Yeah. We'll try to fly properly this time. No, come on. The leaf is so fussy. This gave me way too much of a boost. I'm not going to spend too long trying to get this, but maybe one or two more tries. Next time we accidentally hit the goal, I'll probably just bail on it. Alright, we'll hit this. Yeah, we'll hit this too. Why not? Okay, I don't know why I checked that. Let's try it again. I know I checked the pipe previously, so... let it walk off. And we'll try it again. Should be able to get up there with that goal placement, but power up before the leaf is the intended path. Okay. Well, let's try this instead. Nope. Okay, we're bailing on it. The goal card is placed, and the height that you get from switching the tail is big enough that it's actually really difficult to turn that corner and enter the pipe from below, so it's doable. We just couldn't get it. Power up before the leaf is the intended path to get P-speed. Okay. Yeah, we definitely missed something, but oh well. Otherwise, it was the pipe at the leaf. Yeah, yeah. I see that. I don't know if the idea was to just kind of float sideways towards it with the leaf, or to bounce off a mecha that's falling down in midair, which you know, given my sense of timing, we probably couldn't have done very well. It seemed like the idea maybe was to let a mecha fall off and then bounce in a part way. We were unlikely to get that. So. And a hidden boss. We missed a hidden boss? That's okay. Send it again sometime. We'll try it again sometime. I might even bring it back on a backlog stream or something too. Figure that out properly. Didn't realize we missed out on a whole boss. That's unfortunate. Anyway, Rammers, thank you for waiting. So Rammers, Hypercat, and then we'll go back to that Yoshi level at the very end. RB5. It's an unreasonable path. Good thing I didn't try reasoning with it. Rammers has got that tunnel vision for you. One clear so far to the tune of about 10 minutes, but it is a fairly new level from this month, so see it. Okay, this is going to force to scroll to the right. And we can grab the key. That's just a bit of a tutorial to show that you can tap for the key, I guess. Blow anything up with the bomb. Not here. So let's enter. And tap. Oh, interesting that it blocks you off if you try to tap that. I wonder if we had any reason to believe that would happen. I wonder if I could just... I guess a stash... no, you can't, because if you tap anything, it spawns a block with a muncher, so... But we were able to tap the chomp just fine. Without activating anything, so I guess... we might just need a shield. Oh no, you can tap at the line. But if you can only tap at a line, then what do you do about a Koopa? I don't know. Arrow shot, perhaps. You can tap at a line, but then... yeah, bow shot, that was actually marked. And that's also a tap. You need to tap the spring to get across, so... yeah, Hypercat, you'll be right after this one. You are the next one in the queue. Nope, wrong button. I was trying to tap, and I got a bit confused with the arrow shot instead. Let's... yeah, this basically just teaches you the marker system. Line means sword, bow means bow. And, yeah, I try to get back into the run for some reason. That's a bad idea. That registered as a sword tab. I don't think I necessarily need to do that if we're just being pushed by the scroll. Okay, let's let auto-scroll push me. I was trying to run forward previously, and that's obviously a mistake. We should just take it as a rhythm game. But then we would need to tap that a bit more accurately. So I'm just going to let the auto-scroll push me. We're not going to try to run ahead. We're not going to hit the dash button. We actually have to avoid tapping in any location where that's not advised. Oh, almost there. We almost got it. The fact that there's a 9-minute time on this, though, first of all, it assures me that there will be a checkpoint. And that after checkpoint, we might still have our work cut out for us. plate on that jump. I think we do a diagonal arrow shot or something at the very end to grab the key. You're just kind of expected to see that. We'll try it. I need to anticipate the firebar jumps a little bit here. Oh yeah, because the arrow shot is when you're on the top level there, and then you fire that accurately, you should be able to put the key just fine. Having played some of these auto-scroll pusher levels before, I find that the thing that feels really awkward about them is that they get you to kind of glue your eyes to the left side of the screen. At least that's my tendency, because I tend to watch the character rather than focus on the markers or the play space instead, so. Because I remember I had this issue with another level that was an auto-scroll pusher that was sent to me some time ago, that you just end up watching the left half of the screen at all times because you kind of expect that to be the center point, since it is so frequently the case that a platformer camera will track the player with plenty of room to the left. And in the absence of that, there's something that feels very cross-eyed about playing this. Link's cross-eyed training. And you have to adjust accordingly. Nope. Bad move there, didn't want to do the bow. Well, we'll see if we can do it. Nope, missed it. That's okay, that's just a suggestion marker anyway. Nope, too late. Be very quick about the bow shot to the key as well. Wind that thing up. Yeah, no need to ever really charge up the arrow. Just a matter of timing. A tap input will work just fine, we should keep that in mind. Nope, too late every time. Again, just an artifact of the eyes being glued to the left side of the screen that I had a poor reaction time with the firebar as a result. There we go. Wait. No, we're supposed to shield instead. Do we get to retry that? We do not. I just die to it then. That's very unfortunate. We're just supposed to shield to it. That's actually just a tutorial marker for the shield before you get to hit checkpoint, so. It just introduced an additional symbol then for what will probably be part 2 of the survival rhythm game that's going to have an additional signal to work with. It's always just better to watch the firebars than to watch the question blocks. The question blocks always seem like they're slightly behind where the firebars will actually hit. Okay. Let's watch this carefully. let's shield into this. Good. Here is a bunch of skulls for a boss door. Nope. Yeah, we do need to. Watch for when we do need to jump. Question blocks pretty much always mean jump, I think. We just need to make sure the shield is also in our repertoire as one of the possible moves. And then, yeah, very easy to confuse a shield marker with a bow marker as well. So. Then there's going to be a blue skull that's going to cart me across there as well, which we'll need to watch out for. Also notice that in the checkpoint room it's possible to reactivate the on-off switch using a bomb. I don't know if this is something that would have been corrected for, because the idea is that you can do that. And if you do that, then does that break anything in the second half? Let's see. It probably doesn't break anything because there's some kind of automated switch there that happens anyway. Let's worry about it later. But anyway, just so you know that that is possible, in case that does break anything, that's something to correct for. But it looks like there's some kind of proximity switch that will flip the on-off again. In part 2 here, anyway. The Nightbot, by the way, a little while ago, seriously reprimand Warp World Bot. That was an oops. I gotta get my bots to stop fighting each other. I realized that was never an issue before, huh? Oops. That happened about 10 minutes ago in chat, and I just realized what happened. Very belatedly. The boys are fighting, yeah, exactly. Whoops. Yeah, because... Oh, it is an on-off switch that maybe you're expected to tap with an arrow, so... Now, you don't get an additional Master Sword here, though, so you probably don't want to lose this one. Is that a flagpole I see? That is a flagpole I see. That's okay. It's not really accessible to me right now. In fact, it even exposes the flagpole underneath that block. Because basically if you do this, then you forgo the need to hit the switch once, but if I'm following the markers, that might actually just cause more trouble. Too late in the shot here. Yeah, because you're supposed to either tap or shoot in that block to activate the on-off switch in time. We'll just stay with the standard pattern. We need to learn how to read this quickly enough anyway. The shield and the bow markers really do confuse me a lot. Yeah, because that's where you would get the shot in, so you do not need to do the arrow shot at the end if you do the bomb first in the previous room. That's the only thing it changes. Doesn't affect anything else. Oh no, that's shield. Just read that as an arrow again. Eudor is already there, but that is contingent on getting an arrow shot that's going to do a drop shot against the coin that is to the right of the door. Okay, so we know what this affects anyway, so we might as well spare ourselves one arrow shot and make things slightly easier. There's one less thing to react to. Oh no, that's supposed to be an arrow, rather a sword to the right, sword to the left. That's what it is. Sword to the right, sword to the left. wonder if there's a better indicator to avoid confusion between shield and arrow. I mean, I think that's just inherently part of the challenge of this, is you're avoiding confusion between markers generally, right? So it's not even that they resemble each other, it's just that I don't read markers well anyway. Unless it's a problem that you've seen a lot of other people have. I guess part of the issue is that sometimes there are levels that use what you are using here as a shield marker as the arrow marker. Because I've definitely seen this shape that you use for the shield as an arrow indicator for some levels. So I mean, it's not that I'm firing an arrow, I'm seeing the shield indicator. I think I'm just having trouble reading indications in general. We should actually try to do this the real way for once. Just switch to the arrow shot at the end. Oh, lost that at the very end. Almost got it too. We just missed that one firebar. Interestingly enough, that time, there was one element that was supposed to snipe me. Like, I didn't shield going into the Podoboo that tries to drop down and towards you, and it missed me anyway, so it didn't matter. Because I think we're supposed to shield under the pipe, and I actually managed to evade that miraculously. Probably because I jumped fairly late onto the skull platform. It seems like your timing jumping onto the blue skull platform is going to cause a little bit of variance. Because that will affect the player's timing crossing the center there, because it affects where you stand. No, nope, needed to tap that with the sword. We just didn't switch inputs very well there. Tap to the right, tap to the left, jump over to firebar, and arrow on the coin. And of course, holding up to enter the door, that's rather essential. Need to not forget that when the time comes. Yeah, we need to shoot the arrow much earlier than that and hold up before we spill off the conveyor belt. So late on the arrow shot at the end, but otherwise we are pretty close to getting it right. I held down instead of up, and that was a mistake. You need to mentally swap around between inputs quite rapidly here. That's really the whole point of the level in some ways, is just to make sure you can switch gears as quickly as possible. It's a pretty good reading test. Which, given my skill set in Mario Maker, is a pretty suitable challenge. There we go. Got it. I actually tapped down initially before I switched up. Wendy's going to hang around down here. I'm sure we'll have some kind of segment 3 then before we merge at the flagpole. Or will we? No, flagpole's right here. Okay, great. It's for me. Okay, that didn't go too badly. World record. By a margin of about 4 minutes. It's not going to stick, but it works. Okay, Hypercat's going to be next. Hypercat's been trying to get me this level for some time, so let's See what this is all about. And then after this, we'll finish with a Yoshi level and hopefully we clear it. Debug Optimus Prime. The infected circuits have been isolated. Now go and destroy all the bugs. From the beginning of March. Reached goal after defeating all 16 spike tops, hence debugging. Oh, this totally is Optimus Prime. It's the massive truck. And we'll just go up. E-switch is going to do what for me? E-door, okay, I see. You know what, if we just head bump the P-switch over... then we don't need to worry about the timing. And we'll even have more P-switch time available to me in this segment. And yeah, P-doors, whoops, have a bit of a symmetry here, that's fine. And then... ah, I see, so you need to go into the central pipe. And this is symmetrical. Right, because you need to go into Optimus Prime, debug him, and then come back out the right side. Let's do that. Defeat some spike tops. Now we'll take it slowly. We don't need to take it this slowly necessarily, but I'm pretty sure we will have to go through the central pipe. And it is dark and full of errors. Oh, Master Sword, okay. Nope, hang on. Not what I wanted. Okay, Master Sword, let's sword this guy, and they will light up the night. Stars will also light things up. Oh, it's going to be vertical, interesting. Very Pac-Man-like segment here. And I guess the door matches this bottom segment. That makes sense. Lots of buzzy beetles down here for some reason. Well as... actually, no. The doors match completely different parts of the maze. In fact, whoops, nope. Up in. I don't know if we can reclaim the helmet. I guess we go back up to central pipe at any point. We can do that. Well, people say Pac-Man. Yeah, I mean, you're grabbing a star and gobbling everything up as fast as you can on a grid. Of course it's Pac-Man. Or in a maze, rather. Whoops. Oh! That was a last-minute rescue there, given that we lost a power-up. Master Sword down here. Good. Let's just take it. A bit of a maze will make it. Nice thing about a star is that it does light everything up. You can see where the remaining enemies are. Not all of them, perhaps, but enough to make a difference. Let's see what happens if we go up here. Yeah, the Buzzies kind of spawn in the central area. We'll try to make it back upstairs then, because we know we haven't done the top right yet. Gotta be someone crawling up this wall. There we go. Just go hunting. Oh, we see one more over there, and then also a Buzzy helmet that's available on the top, which we should take. Which we should take. And yeah, this is just the entry area. Don't know what we haven't seen yet, but we'll probably have to grab a star to find out. It would, in fact, be pretty advisable to grab a star at this point, just to get some more visibility, but I would have checked in the top left on this run. Have I? Okay, maybe. 110 seconds remain. We do have to be fairly quick. Oh, there's a star. Let's grab that, see what happens. Don't see the remaining unit is. Oh, there it is. Okay, we'll tap that and then we can get out. Now, which would require me to go up. A little easier to take one of the doors, but might throw off my sense of geometry for this level, so I think we'll just stick with what we know. Especially because we don't need to worry about spike tops now, and then... Yeah, we know this is actually pretty close to the center. Whoa, uh-oh, don't want to die. We can grab power-ups, that would be ideal, so we don't need to die to a burner or something at the end. Nope. Come on. On the block, cooperate here. Your time pressure. Okay, Master Sword is available at the front door, which is very important. We might be out of time, actually, because we... Oh, whoa, no. Through the pipe. 10 seconds. We'll do it. P-switch, please. 7 seconds. 5. There we go. Lots of time to spare. Thank you for that, Hypercat. Glad I could finally get to it. Yeah, pretty interesting concept. A dark hunting level where you... I guess there would be a faster path if you take advantage of the doors, but I wanted to maintain my sense of orientation in the space so we knew what corners we had or hadn't checked. Works for me. Now that's it for the people who are present in the queue, but we're going to go back to the level that we saw earlier that I was pretty close to finishing. I like that I managed to get a bit of a break from it, and hopefully we'll get all that Yoshi fluttering down accurately this time. There's some interesting stuff you can do with Dark Worlds, yeah. I feel like they are underexplored simply because they do require you to think outside the norm a little bit. Take advantage of it properly. Okay, let's get up here and get going again. Not too bad for a first attempt. Back so far, I say that, of course, having totally flubbed this shot here. Yeah, as with things like underwater levels, you're a little dependent on the player's willingness to play ball with playing at a very different pace than they would be used to in ordinary platforming. I think a lot of Mario, and Mario Maker in particular, has conditioned many players to be a bit impatient about going slow. Especially when you think that things should look easy. Oh, I can't believe that worked. I didn't expect it to work, which is why we fell short on the last jump. Oops. The first run back was actually fairly reasonable, up to a point. So, nice to come back into this one a little bit more refreshed. We've just been through a refreshing special. There we go, that's the interaction. Eight out of 13. Accurate so far. Okay. Oh, no. Completely slipped off of that. I was trying to jump on. We slipped right off the pipe. Bad idea. Everything was going so well up till then, too. Nope. We are out of jumps at that point. We do need to maintain one dry bones at the end to get me far enough. This trick is getting a lot better. Whoop, completely missed. But the fact that we're getting back there as often as not is a very good sign. Let's not lose it. No, consistently low. Anyway. Line up the shot. There we go. Nope. Didn't go far enough to the left to get over that column. Number 2. That's not going to make it. Anyway, bounce, bounce, bounce. Always a bit tense around that jump, but we have been making it recently, so. Landing here, however, pretty tricky. Okay. Nope. You need to land a hit by then. There isn't really going to be a second chance on that one. No, wrong way. That's salvageable. We can always shoot from the other direction to snipe that one, but at that point the jump was completely thrown off. Getting good high bounces is a very big part of this. Getting good high bounces and letting up on them soon afterwards. I'm amazed that worked. Oh, didn't work. Now we missed the first shot, but it actually hit the right side Koopa ahead of schedule, which meant that I had one free shot to take to make up for the one that I missed on the left. The only issue is that the movement coming out of that was inaccurate. I was a little worried about that one there, but we managed to make it. Okay, so we missed going too low. It's actually not the end of the world until, of course, we miss that jump. That's why we probably should hit them on target, because we want to continue facing right after the second shot. If we're turning back to the left to take a shot, make up for the one we missed, that will throw off the movement. A little too much for comfort. It's best that we just maintain some semblance of accuracy. Oh. Committed to the flutter too early. Nope. Didn't hang left far enough. We're not supposed to hit the first column that early. Column with the 2 P-block markers for number 2. That was just enough to throw off all of the subsequent movements. Nope, missed. Now the final part with Fireflower, we've only even seen it once, so probably had to get back there for a fair bit of practice before we managed to land it properly. At least we have a reasonable idea of what to expect. That once we collect the Fireflower, we do have to keep it towards the end. Missed it, but got it. On the second pass, whoop, too far to the right. It's the real risk of being thrown off your pattern, even if you can make up for it. Other subsequent motions kind of suffer as a result. It's because you are devising a new solution on the fly. Nope. For example, there I totally didn't expect that I'd already killed the one on the left. That was very unexpected. Oops, completely missed. Okay. Now let's try it again. L64, you've got to go. Yeah. Thanks for the levels today. Probably possible to stay on those 3 Koopas and cycle the dry bones, rather. If you have a set of 3 set up like that, it might be possible to. And just hang around and rotate through them if we do initially miss. Not really going to test that theory, though. Miss. Well, we missed too many anyway. That's not going to work at this point. And yeah, good night to you too. Hoping this will be a good finish to the stream, depending on how it goes. Hoping we won't be here for hours and hours. I mean, we've been getting pretty close, so... Nope, too low. And a flutter always takes quite a bit of adjustment. I have a very good sense of input timing. Or how long to hold into it. When it will activate. Make it good guesses about your own projected movement. Okay, nice and high. Okay, great. Back to where we need to get some work done. Oh, nope, not high enough. Kind of knew going into that dry bones that trajectory was just a little bit off. Okay. Had to do the fallback maneuver there, but... Oh, missed. Every shot just missed. Yeah, a big part of this level is just where to keep your eyes. Not going to sustain that quite long enough to get anything revived in time, but... No, that's a miss. We too far to the right once again. Didn't manage to get momentum direction to take us around a curve to the left. We'll get there eventually. Unfortunately, that's not going to hit. Oh, actually it did. We managed to get the full 6 out of 13 there, and so... no, unless it just hit one of the ones at the end in advance. Okay. When it feels clean, it feels very clean. Nope. I'm always wary of holding into that too long because we don't want to get to flutter at the peak, but Means we basically have to hold the bounce until we clear our way over to Boo and then let up immediately once we know that we can make it over that hump. Very difficult judgment call to make. I think it's a fairly narrow window before the flutter activates. You're making it all the way that high with a fullest possible jump. Nope. Sometimes we're also not changing directions quickly enough to hold all the way left or right where it's necessary to get that range of horizontal movement. Missed. Well, we haven't really progressed past the 8 or 9 out of 10 mark yet on the session. But I guess we're just warming up to get back into it. We solved most of the reading challenges, even though I've only seen the last room exactly once. That one will probably need quite a bit of work. Estimating the shot timing seems to be being a problem throughout. Nope, too low. Again, we probably should practice getting into the second room even if we miss them. Depending on how far along we are, obviously we missed a second shot here. We're not going to suffer through too much of it. On the other hand, we really do need to see the other rooms out. See if we can get back in there. Let's practice some of these timings, even though we're going to be one down on this attempt. Yeah, so we're off by 1 this time. We should be at 8 out of 13 on a clean attempt. But we need to practice this stuff. No, that is such a hard jump. We're landing too far left in the dry bones to begin with. We really do need to land at its very top. And crank all the way to the right from there. That's a very difficult hurdle to clear. Oh, we'll try to clear it. Okay, that's fairly clean. That's straightforward. Let's try it again. Complete miss. Sometimes when you miss one shot and you scramble to get another one in to hit the target, everything just falls apart. Throws off the jumping pattern too, which is that you need to work in order to survive. We do need to do a momentum check on some of the highest jumps in the level. Oh, missed that one. Movement's not quite coming together at the end. Nope. Didn't didn't mean to hit that Koopa on the left that early. So threw up the expected movement. Again, everything fell apart. As it does matter quite a bit whether you're landing on the right or left side of a given Koopa. Oh, this is a problem. It's the first shot. Yeah, it doesn't always pay to hit dead center when... Oh, we totally missed that one too. And didn't manage to recover it. That's okay. Let's just try to... Whoops, never mind. Make it over to the second room. A pinch. Get some of the objectives along the way and just practice how the second room looks. Nope. Didn't go far left enough. But you know what? Let's reveal that there was no salvaging of that. Right over his head. Remarkably tricky to read. Timing on shots sometimes. Even with the aid of the markers. Okay. Recovered from a couple of disasters there and managed to make it work. Yeah, no, we need to get the second shot there much earlier so we don't need to focus on it when we're trying to set up the final flutter and jump over to the really high jump on the third dry bones. So there can be some improvements made there to my shot timing just so we can minimize interference with being able to spot the jumping pattern. Oh, missed. Oh. Hanging left a little too soon, trying to prepare for the movement that we were having trouble with previously in order to get over the hump of number 2. You know what, let's just blast through it a little bit, just to see second half. Practice the second half first. We're at 1 out of 13 instead of 8 right now. So we're 8 coins behind. No, we need to sustain ourselves on the first bounce and fire to the right on the first bounce. That's got to be the way to do it. Have to snipe it early. We're not thinking about it at the same time as jumping after the fact. Not even the highest boo to surmount. Not by a long shot. Nope, didn't want to hit that. We'll get there. Eventually. Missed both shots. Here we go. Okay. Clean. Now remember, we have to snipe the second one as soon as possible. Oh, came in way too low. I wonder if we can just cheese it by firing from the pipe. Gauging its height accurately. Firing from the pipe before we scroll the camera forward. It might be possible to do that, and then we'll clean things up quite a bit. I think it might be possible, actually, given that it is set at a lower elevation. Than the first one, which means the slope. Beginning of section 2 should not be in the way. It's a little difficult to estimate, of course, and I don't know if it will be too far off camera at that point, too. Get second Magic Koopa in the second section is what I'm talking about. It does initially start off camera, but how far off camera, and does that affect my ability to perhaps try to shortcut it in advance? Nope, over fluttered. Have to have quite a bit of discipline here when it comes to not repressing jump immediately all the time. Try it. Nope, bad landing. A lot of little adjustments, but we're getting better at it. Blame69, welcome. Yeah, we're already on the last one I'm playing today, unfortunately. I don't think I'll be able to take another one. If we finish this one fairly quickly and you're still here, then I'll see if we can fit it in, but we have taken the stream a little bit longer than intended already, so might not be possible today, but thanks for dropping by anyway. We'll try to catch you as soon as we can. If not this week, then certainly another. Whoa, totally tripped over that. Okay, getting there. Oh no, that was totally misjudged. Starting to slip up a little bit on the easy stuff. Toxic with a Q, yeah, that's right. E-Box with an R coming in with the raid. Welcome, Raiders, from Rebox of the Wild. Oh, that's been going well. I don't know if it's a fairly standard run that you've been doing, or a modded one you tend to do with Mario games, but Reebox, see you here. We're actually at the very end of our viewer queue. I'm trying to beat a level that was sent to me earlier on that we had to abandon early, but we got fairly close to the finish. But, oh, I'm starting to make some mistakes here. Just doing some standard shrine hunting, I see. Yeah, if you want to get your file done before Tears of the Kingdom, now is definitely the time. I actually have an old master mode file from last year that I got halfway through and didn't finish. I played a lot of Breath of the Wild back when it first came out, of course, but started revisiting it last year, just casually. I'll probably wrap up as much of it as I can before the sequel myself. I did originally get all the shrines because that's just the kind of player I am. But on my master mode file, I think I'm at about half. I got almost all of mine unguided, in fact. Okay. Almost, but not quite. I was short by 1 or 2, I think. Because I was quite serious about trying to do Breath of the Wild without any external information. Didn't know how many shrines there were, didn't know how many Koroks there were, and the final number turned out to be much, much higher than I suspected. Still a significant number of Korok puzzles that I probably never understood how to do in the game at this point, and even in my original file of Breath of the Wild, I think I finished with like 600 something, and so I was still definitely missing a ton. Okay. High bounce, nope, we keep missing that one. We can never get over that hump. We're not getting a good bounce on that dry bones to begin with, we're just coming in too low. I need to get further up and further to right. Quite managed to best my previous best attempt here just yet. We've gotten up to 10 out of 13, and the last 3 come as a set. Here in this clear condition level. Second chance, third chance, and we just kept on missing that guy. It's not gonna go. Anyway, Reebox, once again, appreciate the raid and also for telling all of your raiders how to pronounce my name accurately. And I hope things have been going well over on that stream in general. Also, I totally noticed at this point that my sound alerts have actually been off for much of the stream. Didn't even realize that. Had a couple streams lately where I just forgot to turn them on, and so we had a whole bunch of follows today from people who didn't get the pleasure of hearing the actual follow notification. Oops. I will hopefully not completely break the audio. Okay, shoot this guy in the face, and then continue this Flutter Jump Management Simulator. Oops. Wow, I'm amazed I made it. That was quite a poor bounce. No, wow, that's not the right curve at all. We just hugged too close to the ceiling, so we really do need to hang right as aggressively as possible on that second bounce in order to have any chance at all. We just haven't found the right pattern yet to get over to high boo. We've gotten over it once before, but I never really learned that jump properly. Nope, bad fall. You need to hang right if we're going to take the shot that late in the game. Nope. At that point, you know it's not going to go. Okay, we'll see if we can grind this one out. It might just take some time. Assuming either my hands or Red Yoshi himself don't give out first. Whoops. How do we flub that? We'll get there. I think some of this is in muscle memory by now, but no, there's just so much variation to the timing when you are fluttering about. Really going to replicate the same attempt twice. Okay, this maneuver almost went well that time, we just missed at the very end. Okay, nice high bounce flutter. 8 out of 13. Good, we're on pace. Way too low. That ceiling is so low, though. Because previously I did flutter when I was too high and I just bumped the ceiling, but now we're just dropping too aggressively. We just haven't found a pocket of timing to actually get a clean bounce on top of that Koopa on the far side of the wall. Miss. Came in too low. No, almost. That. Had to make up for that one, and didn't happen. Alright, we'll stitch it together. Sooner than I expected that time. Nearly missed the up pipe, but we got it, so no complaints. Whoa, we got it. No, and then we missed it. Didn't get high enough and bounce off the dry bones. We need to catch the flower, hang all the way right to follow the coin trail, and then finish the dive at the very end. Coins seem to mark that I should just hang right in. Fall as far to the right as possible. With the expectation that we'll need to flutter out of that at the very end. Best attempt in a long time, though, that one. Hadn't even been back to the flower in this series of attempts. At that point. Okay. Nope. Fortunately, if you miss the first shot, bit of a cooldown until you can tap a second. That created some problems. Nope, missing every shot. Missing every shot. Consistently going high on that one. And now we're overcorrecting and going low, so fair is fair. Forward. Try to get a clean run this time. Nope. Always catches me a little bit by surprise when I trip over that column before I'm ready to step on it properly. Way too low. Didn't expect to have that big of a swing over to the right side, and so caught me entirely out of position on what should have been a bit of a freebie. Okay, shot accuracy is a lot better this time. That's a miss. So we may have jinxed it there, slightly. Best. Despite having some second chances there, we just didn't make it. You know, if we had a high enough shot going right to left, we can actually make up for that miss once we do the shot facing left, the final column, we might actually still be able to catch the Koopa that we missed in a high position. I don't know if it's still on screen at that point. It might not be. Or within range shot in general, but shouldn't give up quite so easily. Oh, bad landing. Okay, here's our rest point at the midsection. Way off. Not even close. Probably should have taken that opportunity to have a break a little more seriously. Okay. Steered that one decently enough, I guess. Not totally cleanly, but enough that we can collect ourselves here. No, not even close. We have to get that shot on the second one, or the movement is just completely off for getting over the column. Nope, that's a miss. Okay, getting there. Nope. Wrong movement pattern. I'm going to try it again, just flagging a little bit because I'm already thinking ahead to the second half. And I can improve that movement any further. Okay. Way too low now. And quite a lot better before. And again, only really one clean attempt up to the flower at this point. After all this practice that seemed to go so well at first. They're repeatedly flagging at a lot of the same stuff as before. And we shall have to see if this can in fact happen today. Total miss up top. Again, that might have been salvageable with the upward shot later, but get into that situation, we have to remember to try and find out. One of the cleaner attempts in a while, at least so far. Nope. We actually don't want to hit the wall on the way down. So we don't have to hang right too early there because it just drops me without giving me the opportunity to angle myself far enough to the right, so hugging the wall too aggressively in locations like that is actually a fairly big mistake. Here we can sustain ourselves on top of the piranha on the pipe for as long as we need. Take advantage of that to get a bit of a breather. The event that we should miss. So much of this level is understanding that momentum corrections are going to happen at the point of landing on top of the dry bones for a bounce. Way too low. And again, if we miss shot number 2 there, everything just falls apart. If there's an easier way to clean up my accuracy on it, that's the shot that we have to prioritize right now. It's the thing most in need of fixing. Otherwise we'll just never get up the top column. Now once again hit the wall. If we hit the corner, that blows up the whole attempt. Again. Miss. Miss. Yeah, not much of a contingency plan after a miss is the issue. Since you have to dip so low to get that shot off. Nope. Every shot was missing. Too much of a distance between successive shots. There's that very long cooldown on what we can fire at all. It's never quite giving me the height I need. Oops. Love the introduction slightly there, but we'll get back on track. Okay, 8 out of 13. Back on track. Okay, finally. Good attempt. We need to dip lower before we boost. And we would have gotten it that turn. So, as long as the final shot is accurate, which we haven't quite established yet. Nope, that's a bad round there. Gonna salvage that by bouncing around all the dry bones, but we didn't manage to get that. Well, we've had a really close attempt now, given that we've managed to touch the flower again, but again, cleaning up the second shot in room 2. Really the key to unlocking that whole thing. Making the whole sequence viable. Knew that probably wouldn't go that time. Okay, clean so far. Let's not get complacent. Nope, once again hit the wall. It's alright, we're getting there. This has looked doable and quite approachable for a while, but we haven't even gotten one flower shot off in the final element yet, so might still have a long ways to go. And we need to maintain fire final room so we can take out the ice column over to flag, which we've seen before once. I was a little wary of the corner as we fall down towards the dry bones there, but we got it. Nope, bad. Bad jump. Fluttered way too early. Had a lot of chokes in that spot in the second half already. At least we didn't walk off the pipe that time. Big slip up over there. Still a lot of correction we have to do here to make it happen. Oh no, that's bad. Totally misread that. Even though we've done it so many times already correctly. Again, we need to retain attention on where the jumps are right now and not get too far ahead with our headspace and thinking about the later parts of the level that are currently the challenging bits. Nope. Just couldn't get a good falling angle there that time. I mean, we should hold jump as much as possible into that fall because we're fluttering anyway, and need as much control as we can muster. Whoa, landed too far to the right. Some totally unseen mistakes are starting to creep in. They mean that we concede defeat sooner or later. Not yet, though. expect that to actually hit, but that does throw off the jumping pattern quite a bit, so that won't work either. Okay, try it again. Oh, what a bad landing. It's okay. We'll get there. We can get at least one flower shot off in the final room. It'll be significant progress. Just haven't made it there safely with the flower yet because we're usually boosting a little too early. We'll learn a lot about flutter control by the time we're done here. Definitely one of the more flutter-intensive courses I can remember when it comes to using Yoshi's post-Yoshi's Island maneuver. It's for so long now, part of Yoshi's signature ever since its introduction in Yoshi's Island. Oh, awful fall. Absolutely awful drop. Well, clear rate on this one is about a 0.2. So, shouldn't be expecting a cakewalk here, even though mechanically... Oh, took way too long there, and we eventually got shot. First time I've actually died to one of the Magic Koopa missiles here, actually, I think. Usually they're not an issue simply because they're behind a wall for so long, but I guess that adds a bit of subtle time pressure, so you can't just bounce into Piranha indefinitely. Otherwise you could. Yeah, you actually kind of want to hang left there as you fall down, so you maximize the amount of room you can to angle yourself to the right with bumping. Nope. That is such a difficult hump to get over. You really do need a good solid landing on the dry bones at the start of that jump. Get anything done at all. The alignment of that bounce on top of the dry bones is actually going to be quite consequential here. We don't really have a consistent method for getting over that tower either. Look at that, it's a lot cleaner than usual, or at least was up to that point, in terms of being able to get 2 shots off the top right away, which we usually don't. Didn't I say something about trying to cheese the second shot in the second room? Yeah, we never actually got around to trying that. Get the angle there. It's interesting how the pathways in this level are actually enforced there. Much more specific than you would necessarily think, given The usual flexibility of the flutter jump as well as the seeming openness of some of the pathways. Oh, well, we leaned over to shoot to the left and that just threw me off completely. I guess that's because it is off our usual established pattern, even though it should be easier once practiced. Way off. No horizontal momentum there whatsoever. So yeah, we shouldn't deviate from our established patterns too much, given that we want to keep what works. Total miss. Nope. Won't go. Okay, up we go again. This curve happen. Let's go with the established pattern. Just to avoid chaos. Okay, let's try to do this shot here. I don't know if that'll hit. I think it's too far off screen to hit at this point. But yeah. Luckily, we managed to make it. And then we didn't make it. Triple shot maybe on the first Koopa bounce or the second. I guess we'll have multiple opportunities to do that again. Possibly 2 opportunities to shoot. We don't want to count on that though. That 2 Koopa stack. There's some kind of surprise we can't quite see when it comes to actually trying to fire that fireball shot at the end. Inching our way towards the ending, though. Okay, let's try it again. Got it. And that's a clear, or it should be, as long as we don't flub the ending. Just clear out as much space as we can so we don't bump our heads or something. I'm taking it. Well, managed to get the last 3 first try once we actually managed to boost over there with the flower. That took some work. That took significant work. But we got it. Very satisfying too. Raising the clear rate slightly, I think. I believe it was something like 0.19 when I got to it, but that may have been because I already lowered it previously, so we're going to join this exclusive club. And now my hands are going to take a break. So, thank you for joining me. Thank you for the levels. Rammers, thanks for staying and hanging out and seeing the big finish. Nice to get my hands warmed up again in this game, and we will be playing more Mario Maker in the week ahead, especially with the puzzle contest levels coming in later in the week, so we'll probably be doing at least 1 puzzle stream before that too. And maybe also just a general platforming catch-up at some point, but viewer levels will be back as often as possible in this time slot. And for now, though, we are done, so I will pass you folks on to somebody else, probably Mario Maker, and almost certainly interesting. So with all that said, much more to come. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful time ahead of you. Thank you once again to Rebox, or rather Ebox with an R, for bringing people over with the raid. Great levels across the board today from all the makers, and until we meet again, fare thee well.